inauguration and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable, and the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite: virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like, I believe you'll see very shortly, our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Incomes are rising. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. Previously open and dangerous border 1 year closed, 52 records, and virtually adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts. The United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround very well. They're very happy country's history. Since under the Biden administration, America was plagued by more than 1.2 million people of stagflation, meaning low growth, 4 years, and high inflation, a recipe for $1 trillion of new investment. But now, after just 1 year of, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say, I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that Sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong, And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every 1 new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program, but you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%. And that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea, they're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the US, but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, and some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. But they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are, I gotta hand it to them, but we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant, you have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me, they didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China is very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin, they don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal, they go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds, they ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West, because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. These beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places, there's no rare earth, no such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%, there's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth.
Yeah, market likes that.
Great, vast lands.
He's saying
all over the
negotiations
world. They went in
instead
reverse.
of takeover.
They stuck back where they started.
But see, market
That
not open.
happens too.
I'm here. I was just
But some
pooping.
grow.
I got a little bit of news for you,
But
too.
this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. Can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it, when I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and they only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open. The inflation was raging. Everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan, I settled other wars that were, Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP, but they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II.
Yeah, he said, I won't take it. I won't do that. That's hitting the wires. They like it.
We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have
that's hitting everywhere. Won't use
NATO
force to get Greenland.
Is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Yo.
What we did for
Yo,
Israel
that's
was
crazy.
amazing.
Yeah, remember that, Mark.
But that's nothing compared
Remember
to
who
what
made
we
you.
have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the
Yeah,
world.
that last
We
little
are
5 minutes. I
gonna
mean,
build a
bonds,
dome
stocks, everything. I still got news for
like
you guys
no other.
too.
We did it.
It's interesting his schedule
We
he
did it
has
for
here,
Israel.
but
And by the way,
we'll just go
don't
over it when
baby,
he's done.
stop
But I mean,
taking
shit,
credit for the dome.
that little 5 minutes moved you
That's
more
our
than kind of
technology.
anything in the last
That's
48
our
hours.
stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job.
Yeah, he
and
said
we
Golden
wiped
Dome
out
too.
the
Watch
Iran
RTX.
nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS.
He died like a
did
dog.
I did a lot of big
He said,
things.
Mark, remember that. when
All
you make your
perfectly
statement.
executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And we say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being.
They called me daddy.
But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice.
I'll put up the pre-market movers here,
and
then I might have to play you the Josh AI news when this is done. But like I'm saying, man, that little 5 to 10 minute pocket right there.
It's a very small
everything else was a
ask
gap up or gap down. Like trading. That's actually probably the biggest move in the last 48 hours.
Many, many decades.
Call me daddy.
The problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us if we gave them the call. Gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money.
It's funny because Besson said it was Japan, not Iceland.
And we have an unbelievable future.
He said stock market will double.
Stock market is going to be doubled.
Yep.
We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double.
Uh-oh.
In a relatively short period of time.
Uh-oh.
Because of everything that's happening.
Run it hot.
But this is a good example. After giving
all right, somebody asked me yesterday if he was going to say it. I mean, shit, there it is.
Trillions and trillions of dollars in defense. They buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster.
I thought he would have waited for a bigger dip.
I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots.
That was the RTX.
We have the best equipment.
You heard that a couple weeks ago.
F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
You gave him an option.
A strong and
with the threat.
Secure America means a strong NATO.
If you say no, we'll
that's
remember.
One reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful. Our borders are very strong.
Happy birthday, EB.
And above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible, costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But
he heard you guys
last time. We have the favored nations policy that every president wanted. No president was able to get. I got it.
It's too difficult to understand
the 500. And they had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world. Because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened?
Man, I really like this guy, bro. I like hearing this speech.
But I
it's a good speech.
Watched him sort of
proud of you, Donald.
Be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that.
No, 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 Donald.
I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for...
All right, guys, we're about to begin. I'll play the news throughout once we get going a little bit, but for the most part, I think our work is cut out for us after he said it was going to double. So, Chadadonia, before we begin, shout out to the vets, baby. God bless every single one of you, man, who has served, and I really hope y'all make the most out of this bright and early. Every single day, man, that 10% and that discipline, I would love to see it. So God bless every single one of you. Big shout out to everybody, man, contributing to their communities, making things run. Doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the families of the vets, every single one of y'all, man. God bless every single person. God bless this great nation and freedom. And God bless our president too, baby. But you know what time it is. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. You actually are going to hear a lot more Trump today. He has like 2 more speeches here on the calendar. So let's get it, and now you got a little bit of the Greenland walk back, baby. So God bless. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, I like this speech a lot. I don't know. Everything I keep hearing about it just amazing. Look at even the market loves it. Oh, man.
Different.
This is Davos, baby. Davos.
This is also
I think he's going to do a Q&A afterwards. So get ready. Watch some of the other trades from yesterday's. You got Intel, PG. They got earnings coming up, too.
Every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it, in all fairness, without tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this to you, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation,
yeah, that's crazy.
They buy 500
you
houses.
guys would be able to depreciate your homes for taxes then, without having to make a corporation.
They can take depreciation.
That is very true.
A person sweats and
that's a new idea. I've never heard him say that.
But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair.
All right, baby, get ready. 1 minute.
They're not able to buy a house.
You're at the low end of yesterday,
And I'm
so we still
calling
got a
on
lot
Congress
more
to pass
room
that
to
ban
do.
into permanent
Lot
law,
more
and I
work
think
to
they
go.
will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible precedent, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates
Sounded like
at
RFK for a second
10%
there.
for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up
one.
losing their house.
Fight.
It's terrible. To unleash innovation in savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world.
Oh, there's your crypto
And to
comment.
that end, last year I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it
Yeah,
was. I
Intel
got
52
tremendous
is high.
political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election, when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something, but somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job. It's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election. He was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about
EU
housing.
delays
nobody
vote
ever
on
says
ratifying
this.
trade agreement with U.S.
I am very protective of people that already own a house, of which we have millions and millions and millions. And because we have had such a good run, the house values have gone up tremendously. And these people have become wealthy. They weren't wealthy, they become wealthy because of their house. And every time you make it more and more and more affordable for somebody to buy a house cheaply, you're actually hurting the value of those houses, obviously, because the one thing works in tandem with the other. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt the value of people that own a house, who for the first time in their lives are walking around the streets of whatever city they're in, very proud that their house is worth $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. Now, if I want to really crush the housing market, I could do that so fast, and people could buy houses, but you would destroy a lot of people that already have houses. In some cases, they've mortgaged their house, and the mortgage would be very low, and all of a sudden the mortgage without any changes becomes very high, and they end up losing the house.
I can
I'm
bring
not
it
gonna
down
hide,
so
and I
fast.
speak with Scott, who's doing a fantastic job, and Howard, who's doing a fantastic job, and all of my people. And I always say, look, you know, I can crush the hell out of the market. We can drop interest rates to a level, and that's one thing we do want to do. That's natural. That's good for everybody. You know, the dropping of the interest rates, we should be paying a much lower interest rate than we are. We should be paying the lowest interest rate of any country in the world, because without the United States, you don't have a country. I mean, I had a case with Switzerland. We happened to be in Switzerland. Maybe I'll give you a quick story. But they were paying nothing. They make beautiful watches, great watches, Rolex, all of them. They were paying nothing to the United States when they sent their product in. And we had a $41 billion deficit. $41 billion with this beautiful place. Flew over it, isn't it nice? So I said, let's put a 30% tariff on them.
Yeah, DJT had that other news
so that we get
yesterday,
back
too,
some of it,
right.
not all of it at all. We still have a deficit, big deficit. We had 41 million. That's a big deficit. And I said, let's put a tariff on. Different tariffs, different places. You're all party to them. In some cases, victims to them. But in the end, it's a fair thing. And most of you realize that. But we put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, I mean, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I didn't realize that they're only good because of us.
Wow.
And there's so many other examples. I mean, us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, 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 you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, 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 please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of, and she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me.
You know,
But
Rolex is a
I realized that I
nonprofit.
reduced it because
Fun
I don't want
fact.
to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level. But they pay now, tariff. But I realized that we have many places like that where they're making a fortune because of the United States. Without the United States, they wouldn't be making anything. Think of it. Switzerland made $41 billion on us. And as she said, it's a small place. And I realized with that, I don't know, it was because she was so aggressive. And I realized in that conversation that the United States is keeping the whole world afloat. Many places, I could give you 6, 7 places just in the people in this little area. I know every one of them. They're looking down. They don't want to see me. They don't want to stare me in the eyes.
Boeing
But
might be
they're
getting
taking
clapped on the
advantage of-
buyback shit.
Everybody took advantage of the
But yeah,
United
they're going down
States.
RTX faded, but Boeing's
But
down
I've been
already
very
at
fair,
1.5.
and I gave them a tariff, and it was fine. But I realized that without us, it's not Switzerland anymore. Without us, it's not any of the countries that are represented here. And we want to work with the countries. We want to work with them. We're not looking to destroy them. I could have said 39, 40%. I could have said I want a 70% tariff, then we make money with Switzerland. But Switzerland would have been probably destroyed, financially destroyed. I don't want to do that. But we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. I hope Scott's listening to this, because we should be paying the lowest interest rate of everybody. Without us, most of the countries don't even work. And then you have the protection factor. Without our military, which is the greatest in the world by far, without our military, you have threats that you wouldn't believe. You don't have threats because of us, and that's because of NATO. One other thing, and I have to say it so importantly, in the old days, and I used to say I'm the youngest in the room. Now I'm among the older. I hate to say it. I don't feel old, but I'm among the older. But I remember not long ago, 20, 25 years ago, when good news came out about, let's say, the United States. The United States had a great quarter. The United States had a great month. All the stocks went up. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Now when they say the United States had a record quarter, it's unbelievable how well it's doing, all the stocks crash because they say, oh no, inflation, they're going to raise interest rates. And they do. Some of these stupid people like Powell, they raise interest rates. And what they do is they stop you from being successful. It used to be when we had a great quarter, a great month, great earnings, great anything, any good news, the stock market went up. That's the way it's going to be. We got to do that again, because that's the way it should be. Now when we have a great month, they want to kill it. Like we did over 5%.
Make good news good again.
We should do 20%. We could do 25%. When we announce good numbers, and the reason
Trump
is they're
will
so
make stock
petrified
market
of
rally
inflation.
on good economic news.
And growth doesn't mean inflation.
Market gets a
We've
red
had
candle.
tremendous growth with very low inflation. In fact, growth can fight inflation, proper growth. So we want to get back to the days when we announce great numbers, because we're going to be announcing phenomenal.
Yeah, ARM
all
got to
these
upgrade, and then
factories that are
Intel
being
just
built
getting
at
ready for their
record.
earnings.
Thousands of businesses are being built right now. Remember, $18 trillion is invested. I think the second number is 3, and that was China many years ago. Investments in the country from outside. 18 trillion, nobody's ever seen. And that's money coming in and building things, factories. Thousands
Oh, wow.
of
Baidu already took the
businesses
5%.
are being built.
They gapped that in the
Thousands.
pre-market and then sold off.
Hundreds
but then
of
it's
big
already back up
factories,
on the
car
first candle.
plants are
Yeah.
moving back to the United
Guess it's already
States. They're
been 10
coming in
minutes.
from Canada. They're coming in from Mexico, from Japan. Japan's coming in and building plants here in order to avoid tariffs. They're coming in from China. They're coming in from all over the world. We have more plants being built now, car plants, than we've ever had built, even in the heyday from the 1940s and 50s. And they're bigger. They don't use renovations anymore where they take an old plant, they rip it down, they build a brand new plant, super modern plant. But it's happening at levels that nobody's ever seen. In 2024, the U.S. built less than 2 million new homes, but Biden admitted more than 8 million new migrants. And those days are over. In 2025, for the first time in 50 years, the United States had reverse migration. Boy, that was nice. And these were criminals that were being taken out of our country because they allowed people to come into our country from jails, from gangs, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers. We've gotten most of them out. And then ICE gets beat up.
I made the
by
Baidu
super
free.
people from leadership in Minnesota. We actually are helping Minnesota so much, but they don't appreciate
like it, though.
Most places do. You know, Washington, D.C. is the safest place now in the United States. It was a very dangerous place to walk, and now you can walk with your wife, your kids, right through the middle of the city. Right now, Washington, D.C. is as safe as it gets. It was one of the most unsafe, I had to admit. We sent in the military, the National Guard. Within 2 months, it was great. Within 3
Yeah, I see
months,
that. There
it's
is
like
something on TMC.
it's like a really great place,
Again,
and a safe
the
place, and a
minerals and
beautiful
mining got
place.
hit
It's
when he
even
said
been
no
cleaned up.
such
The
thing as
graffiti's
critical.
gone. The fences
said it's
are
the
gone. We don't
processing.
have to worry about fences anymore. All of the places, the grasses are cut and replaced with new grass in many cases. It's all going to happen in the spring.
But yeah, the TMC thing is not too big of an
Washington,
article,
D.C.
it's
is
just
beautiful
opinion.
again, and it's safe. New
So be
restaurants
careful.
are
It could just
opening
be
up.
some of the other
They're
vibe.
all closing.
And then there's
Now
Intel.
you can't get into a restaurant. Restaurants in Washington, D.C. are all opening. Memphis also. Memphis, Tennessee.
Watch
New
biotech
Orleans,
too. They're starting to
Louisiana.
move, and then healthcare,
For
UNH.
3 weeks, we've cut the
Intel
crime down to
52-week high
by
again. Yeah, even I know.
64%
Fucking Netflix.
within
Netflix
another
cut
month.
their
Well,
buyback.
virtually no crime.
That
there.
was the real killer
We can
yesterday.
do
Buyback
that
and
all
spending.
over. We're going to help the people
Dude, he's
in
supposed to go
California.
out to another
We wanna have
panel
no
at
crime. I know
9:45.
Gavin
That's
was
why that
here. I
dude's
used
just
to get
sitting
along
there.
so great with Gavin
So if you
when
think
I
this
was
is going to
president.
end, it's not.
Gavin's a good guy,
He's going to do another one.
and we're going to.
I hate to break that to some of y'all, but I enjoy this, man. Shout out the President of the United States of America.
A lot.
This has been nice to listen to. Take some profits in the morning. Your lawn terms kicking
we
it.
would love to do it. I will say this:
That's
if I were a
good. You're not
Democrat
taking
governor or
Greenland by
whatever,
force. Maybe that could
I would
encourage
call
some
up
people.
Trump. I say, come on in, make us look good, because we're cutting crime down to nothing, and we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it, it's been amazing, and we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I have directed that starting immediately,
going up.
there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities, because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country: murderers, drug dealers.
Meta and Microsoft are in the red, though. Big Seven isn't
They
really doing
emptied their
too hot.
mental institutions into the United States. And despite that, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out.
Well, Trump said it was about Greenland in
equally
the market, but
importantly,
then
we're
Bessent
cracking
last night
down
said it
on
was
more
about
than
Japan.
$19 billion
So there's still a little
in
confusion
fraud
on that.
that was stolen by Somalian bandits. Can you believe that they
Somalian
turned out to be higher
bandits.
IQ than we thought?
Wow.
I always say these are low IQ people. How did they go into Minnesota and steal all that money? And we have, they're pirates. They're good pirates, right? But we shoot them out of the water just like
They're
we
good
shoot
pirates.
the drug boats out. They're not pirating too many boats lately.
You gotta
you
give
notice?
credit where credit is due.
When they go out into those
They're good
boats,
at
they wanna
pirate. It's a
take
good
over
pirate.
$1.5 billion tanker loaded up with oil, and they say, we're going to blow up your boat. They have powerful weapons. You hit the side of the boat, you blow the whole thing up. The insurance companies are petrified, so they say, just give them the boat. We'll give them money instead. And I don't do that. We blow them right the hell out of the water. We see them going out, we blow them out of the water. We don't have any pirates so much anymore. If we do, they won't be there long. We've cut down with the hitting of the boats that are loaded up with drugs, including submarines. Can you believe they actually buy small, they call them mini subs, very fast. They're meant for drugs. We've knocked out 2 of them. The Democrats say they were fishing. You have ruined somebody's fishing weekend, I would say. A submarine is not a fishing boat. You don't fish. But we've knocked down drugs by water, the oceans, the sea, by 97.2%. Think of that. And I actually say, who the hell are the 3%? Because I would not want to be piloting one of those boats. We knocked them down, and now we're going to start on land. We're going to knock it all out. The land is the easy part. What we did on sea is incredible, and that's our great military. The situation in Minnesota reminds us that the West cannot mass import foreign cultures which have failed to ever build a successful society of their own. I mean, we're taking people from Somalia, and Somalia is a failed, it's not a nation. Got no government, got no police, got no military, got no nothing. And then we have
very passionate
this
about
fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilan Omar, talking about the
I love how he calls her
Constitution that
Ilan.
provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country, and she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer, let me tell you. The explosion of prosperity and conclusion and progress that built the West did not come from our tax codes. It ultimately came from our very special culture. This is the precious inheritance that America and Europe have in common. We share it. We share it, but we have to keep it strong. We have to become stronger, more successful, and more prosperous than ever. We have to defend that culture and rediscover the spirit that lifted the West from the depths of the Dark Ages to the pinnacle of human achievement. We live in an incredible, changing period. It's an unbelievable time, but we have to take advantage of the time that we're in. In our hands are technologies that our ancestors could scarcely have I mean, they couldn't have even dreamt some of the things that we see today. And so rapidly they're produced. I mean, AI, 2 years ago, nobody ever heard of the term, and now everybody's talking about it. And it can have some very good purpose. It could also have some dangerous purpose, and for that we have to watch out. But some tremendous things are happening because of it. And we're leading by so much. We're doing so well. But opportunities that are bigger and grander than ever before in human history are right before us. It is the pioneers in this room. Many of you in this room are true pioneers. You're truly brilliant people. Just your ability to get a ticket is brilliant because you have about 50 people for every seat. I don't know what, that's Larry. Everything Larry touches turns to gold. He made this very successful. But you're in this room, and some of you are the greatest leaders anywhere in the world. You're the greatest brains anywhere in the world. And the future is unlimited, and to a large part because of you, and we have to protect you, and we have to cherish you. I always say we have to cherish our brilliant people because there aren't many of them. So together with confidence, boldness, and persistence, let us lift up our people, grow our economies, defend our shared destiny, and build a future for our citizens that is more ambitious, more exciting, more inspiring, and greater than the world has ever seen. We're in a position to do things that nobody else has ever even thought of before. And many of the people in this room are the ones that are doing it, and I want to congratulate you, and I'm with you all the way. You can do things that nobody else can even think about. So I congratulate you on your tremendous success. And the United States is back, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. And I'll see you around. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It did get a little inspiring at the end there. There's some funny ass one-liners too.
Thank you.
Yeah, UNH healthcare is still running. Again, I mean, a lot of things ever since he said chilled out the Greenland comments. But also, too, the bonds are still there. But, yeah, now they're going to do some Q&A. It's going to get dramatic, too. Davos still pressing.
This was supposed to be a nice fire chat, Mr. President.
Yes, good. I got set up. No, I did know.
You made a job for the moderator really easy. Thank you, Mr. President, for your speech. I do have a few follow-up questions, if it's okay.
Yeah, silver and gold going down.
I don't think I should start with Greenland, maybe. I'll start with the economy. The U.S. economy is doing really, really well. But how to sustain this growth moving forward? Because there's always a recession looming around the corner.
Well, you know, the one thing about economies and recessions is sometimes you get hit unexpectedly and there's nothing you can do about it. All brilliant people, but there's nothing. One example was COVID. We had an economy going at levels like nobody had ever seen my first 2.5, 3 years. And then I heard the word pandemic, not COVID. They came up with that name over a period of time. We won't get into that. But I heard the word pandemic. And I had a poll come out that was so strong just prior to that, and I was with the two best pollsters, McLaughlin and Fabrizio, and they said, sir, George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, if they came back and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. And then what happened is the following day, I was told to stay tuned because there's something really bad happening in China. There are bodies laying all over Wuhan, right around that certain building that we talk about. I always said it came from Wuhan. It did come from Wuhan.
It did, that's me.
And they were body bags. We saw it by satellite. And they said, there are strange things happening in China. And so it began. And we ended up with the COVID, and the whole world suffered. We did a phenomenal job. I don't think we got the credit we deserved. We did something that Operation Warp Speed, which some people say was one of the greatest military feats ever. We did a great job. Used our military, used a lot of people. But sometimes you get hit with things, nothing you can do. You get hit with things like that unexpectedly. And we got through it. And when I left, the stock market was higher than it was previous to the COVID coming up. And that was, I called it a great achievement. But things happen, bad things happen. The things that we can stop are wars if we're smart. That we can stop. Those are a matter of being intelligent and having intelligent people on the other side, because wars are the worst of all. Wars are worse than anything. But we can stop wars because that's sort of up to us. But things like dust flying in the air, wherever COVID comes from or whatever comes, sometimes you have to be a little bit lucky. But we are poised to have an economy like no other, not only in this country, but anywhere. And you know, when you hear the kind of numbers that I can tell you that Scott Bessent was with me the other day, and he's looking at numbers. He said, I can't. And that's all he's done his whole life, pretty much your whole life. Scott, you weren't going to be a football player, I don't think. Scott was not that great at football, but he was always good at numbers, right? And he was looking at numbers. He said, I've never seen anything like this. We're poised to do things that no other country has ever done. And, you know, luck, I hate to say it, but we need a little luck. We don't want to get hit by something that nobody could have thought. Whoever thought we were going to hit by a pandemic? You know, when I heard the word pandemic, I said, oh, that's an ancient problem. World War I, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War I. A lot of people don't know. The Spanish flu in World War I ended the war because all the soldiers were sick. The soldiers were so sick on both sides, and that war was raging, and they were all dying from the Spanish flu. They were sick as dogs. They couldn't fight. So, you know, you don't know how that would have turned out. But so we do, I mean, subject to that, and I always have to put a caveat in for it, but we're poised to have the greatest growth of any large country, I think any country that there's been. When you look at what's happening in the United States, it's really amazing.
Thank you. One thing that maybe keeps you up at night, I know you don't sleep that much anyway, Mr. President, is the debt. The U.S. debt is high, is now the biggest expenditure on your budget. How to get out of that impasse?
Well, the big thing is growth. I mean, growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having a $37 trillion. We go from having high debt to low debt. But we also are cutting expenses, you know, the old-fashioned way. We have extraordinary growth. I think we're going to be growing our way out. I think we're going to be paying off debt. We're taking in tremendous money from tariffs fairly. And again, I'm using them judiciously. You know, Switzerland's a case study. I could have gotten much more. I could have asked for much more. But we're using them judiciously. But I think growth, most importantly, and then cutting costs. Now, if you take a look at Minnesota, $19 billion in fraud and other things. People going to airports, they came into the country, they don't have 10 cents, and they're leaving with hundreds of thousands of cash in their bags. When we get to that, and our DOJ, Pam, and Todd, and all the people that work over there, and all of the people that work in here, I can tell you, Scott Bessent is working on that. It's a priority, right? You have your whole team. We're in there looking for where this money is coming from, how much it is. It could be more than $19 billion. Can you believe that? That's just one state. If we were able to cut out 50% of the fraud, 50%, and we should be able to do better than that, we would have a balanced budget without having to talk about even growth. So we have a lot of options, but we're working very hard on that. That's a big deal. It's not just the protests, the fake protests done by agitators and, you know, professional insurrectionists. That's what they are. They're professional troublemakers. But we are looking very strong at the money too.
Yeah,
in
equal weight up
Minnesota
1%,
and other places.
5.7.
I think,
NASDAQ's
Mr.
only
President,
0.6.
also the $500 billion US dollars invested
It's a
in
good start,
artificial
but
intelligence and the frontier
this isn't that
technologies
crazy yet. You're,
last
like, right into
year
pretty much where
also
we opened
were
up
driving
yesterday,
growth
which was a bigger gap down.
exponentially in the
Well,
US.
AI has been a big factor. AI is massive. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg showed me a plant where he put it over a map of Manhattan, and it was basically the size of Manhattan. This is not, I said, you gotta be kidding. It's a plant that was miles long, miles wide, very high. I don't think it was high like the Empire State Building, but it was high. And it literally covered most of the island of Manhattan. That's called a big plant. And, you know, when I heard they're going to spend $50 billion building, and I said, what, you know, if you spend 50 million, you can build a nice little shopping center. If you spend 500 million, you can build a good shopping center. But how do you spend 50 billion? When I looked at this thing, I said, you think you'll be able to do it for that? It's amazing when, you know, some of the plants that I see, and I see them all. And again, so big as we're letting them build their own electric generation.
Yeah, Netflix
This
already
way we
recovered
have no
half.
problem, and otherwise they'd be complaining. There'd be nobody able to, but you know, we have an old grid system. And not only that, they're going to sell at a very cheap price the excess electricity that they create back into our grid. So that'll solve some problems for certain states that don't have enough electricity.
We also know that on the AI, there is fierce competition
AI.
between the US as the largest economy in the world, 27% of the global GDP and 5% of the global population, not doing that badly, and China. And we know that that competition is very tough on AI. I know you're heading to a state visit to China in April. How do you see the US-China relationship moving forward? Are you able to combine this tough competition with also collaboration?
So I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi and with President Putin.
Good question.
Talk about, you know, the larger powers. But I've always had a very good relationship with President Xi of China. He's an incredible man. What he's done is amazing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I do now. I mean, now I have good. It was very severely interrupted by COVID.
Pending home
I used to
sales
call it
down
the China
9%
virus,
month
but
over
he
month.
said, do you
Most
think you
since
could use a
2020.
different name? And I decided to do that because why should we have a problem
Watch
over
bonds,
that?
bad real estate data.
I would do that, and they
You're a
would.
true diplomat, huh?
I became a diplomat for the first time. Well, you know who taught me that? Marco Rubio. He said, let me teach you about diplomacy. Hey, any guy that gets approved by 100% of the votes, think of it, he got liberal Democrats and radical right Republicans to approve him. He's the only one. The next one was like lost 45 votes, right? But he got all 100 votes voting for him. And at first I wasn't happy about it. I said, wait a minute, I don't like that. And now it turns out that the Democrats probably wish they didn't do that. And Marco has been fantastic. Marco, stand up, please. You have done a great job as Secretary of State. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State. And Scott, and we have Susie, who's the first female Chief of Staff, and she's the best Chief of Staff, too. And I see Howard Lutnick, who I know spoke. And Howard's fantastic. Some of the deals we're doing are great. And I want to pay particular attention because we have Chris. And Chris, you got up and spoke, I think. He's the #1 oil man in the world because I was going to put Doug Burgum, who's fantastic. I don't know if Doug's here. Is Doug here? Doug Burgum is fantastic. He said, sir, there's one man better than me. And he introduced me to Chris. And he turns out to be. So we're drilling more oil and gas now than we ever have by almost double. Is that right, Chris? And on top of it, we get a lot coming out of Venezuela. So anyway, so we're doing great. The country is just doing great. We have great people. Thank you. And I see other people. We have Steve Witkoff. We have Jared. I got so many people. I'm in trouble because when I go back, they're going to be people with long faces. Sir, you didn't introduce me. I got so many people. And we have a lot of the greatest people anywhere in the world. I know them all. So I won't continue because we'd be here all day.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also know that you're a deal maker, and then maybe coming back to Greenland and Ukraine. What kind of deal in the end do you see between the U.S. And Denmark? Because, you know, I guess you see it now as a negotiation going on, or?
Well, it's costing Denmark hundreds of millions a year to run it. And Denmark's a small country and wonderful people. But, you know, it's very expensive. It's a very big piece of ice. And it's very important. I mean, I don't want to repeat the speech, but it's very important that we use that for national and international security. That can create a power that will make it impossible for the bad guys to do anything against the perceived good ones. And it's a great block for Europe, just like, Denmark was supposed to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't spend the money. They didn't spend anything almost. And we'll see what happens. I just say this. NATO has treated the United States of America very unfairly. We never asked for anything. We never got anything. We actually took care of the needs of NATO for years and years, which I felt was always unfair. So I got NATO to pay because they're rich countries. But I think it's time that NATO step up. We're helping them with Ukraine. Without us, I think Putin would have gone all the way. I think we have it. I think that could have been a World War III, if you want to know the truth. If Kamala was elected, or Joe, any one of those, those thinkers, I think you could have ended up in World War III. And I will say Steve Witkoff has been dealing incredibly with, but we're not going to have World War III. We want to get it stopped, but we're not going to have World War III. I think if I wasn't elected, I think that could have evolved into World War III. It was a very, very bad situation, and it still is, but it's not that kind of bad. It's bad because so many young people are being killed.
How close do you think there is on an agreement on Ukraine? I had the pleasure of speaking with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner yesterday. I know they're working hard on it. I know that they're also traveling now. Do you see this very close or still?
Well, I hate to say it. I thought that was going to be so. I settled 8 wars plus. And I thought that was going to be one of my easier ones. Not the easiest. Some I settled in a matter of hours because I'm good at that stuff. The United Nations should be doing this. I shouldn't be doing it, but it doesn't matter. It's got to get done, saving a lot of lives. We're saving millions of lives. With Ukraine, Russia, there's tremendous hatred between President Zelensky and President Putin. That's not good. That's not good for settlements. We know from dealing. There's abnormal hatred. With that being said, I think Russia wants to make a deal. I think Ukraine wants to make a deal. And we're going to try getting a deal done. I think I can say that we're reasonably close. But what happens is oftentimes we'll have a deal with Russia. Russia's set, and President Zelensky will not do it. You saw that when he was in the Oval Office. I was not happy. And then we'll have President Zelensky wants to make a deal, and Putin doesn't want to make the deal. It's a very difficult balance, and it's big time, and it is, to use a word, it's a bloodbath. It's horrible what's happening. It's a drone war. The drones are killing, thousands of people a week, thousands. We have to get it stopped. So I believe they're at a point now. I'm going to meet with President Zelensky later today. I believe they're at a point now where they can come together and get a deal done. And if they don't, they're stupid. That goes for both of them. And I know they're not stupid. But if they don't get this done, they are stupid.
Trump calls Putin and Zelensky stupid.
I don't want to insult anyone, but you got to get this deal done. Too many people are dying. It's not worth it.
President Sisi is sitting on the first row here. He spoke earlier today and also complimented you on the Gaza deal. I think there will be a signing tomorrow. Of course, there are different views on this, but how important do you think this signing is on the Board of Peace? And do you think this is going to sustain? Do you think we now will see Gaza reconstructed and the billions of US dollars invested?
I do. I think we have peace in the Middle East. There are some little situations like Hamas, and Hamas has agreed to give up their weapons. Now, they were born with a weapon in their hand, so it's not easy to do. When they were born with a rifle in their hand. It's not an easy thing for them, but that's what they agreed to. They've got to do it. And we're going to know, Jared, over the next 2 or 3 days, certainly over the next 3 weeks, whether or not they're going to do it. If they don't do it, they'll be blown away very quickly. They'll be blown away. We have 59 countries that are part of that whole peace deal. And some of those countries aren't even they're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East traditionally. And they want to come in and take out Hamas. They want to come in. They want to do whatever they can. There's a problem with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and we'll see what happens there, but that's a problem. But there are these little flames, but there's peace in the Middle East. Now, had we not gone in and knocked out with those big, beautiful, we just ordered 25 brand new ones, the latest and the greatest, the B-2 bomber. Think of them, they went in there at 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing, and every single one of those massive bombs hit its target. 100,000-pound bombs hit its target, every one of them. And then on top of it, from a submarine 300 miles away, we hit the sites with tomahawks, which is an unbelievable weapon. So, we did our job. If we didn't do that, you would have never had peace in the Middle East. And the countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar could never have, and others could never have signed anything, because you would have had this dark cloud, and the dark cloud was Iran with nuclear. Iran would, if we didn't take them out, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. They were very close to having the nuclear weapon, and we hit them hard. And it was a total obliteration. If they may try again, but they're going to have to try from a different area, because that area was obliterated. Incredible thing we did. And because we did that, we were able to make peace. If we didn't do that, I would say, Jared and Steve, if we didn't do that, there was no chance of making peace, because the countries I just named and other countries could have never signed off. They were afraid. They were afraid. We had a bully. The bully was Iran, the bully of the Middle East. They used to call it for years. They were the bully of the Middle East. They're not the bully of the Middle East anymore.
Mr. President, I know you even had to change plane last night, so I guess you didn't have much sleep.
Sketch.
But I think you're but your energy is still there.
I'm surprised
I know
he
you
hasn't
have
asked him like
several
a fucking,
bilateral meetings. I know
like
you're
a
also
pressing question.
Hosting a reception.
Last time I feel like they just were assholes.
Thank you so much for coming back to Davos. Thank you so much. It's highly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very
I don't
much.
think he wanted to end it. Thank you. I think that's it. I think that's it. I know you're going to get Kevin...
Unilateral attack over. US say you won't use force. But how the other means? They say no.
Is someone yelling at him? All right, man. Well, the fact, literally the reaction pre-market was him saying they're not going to use like excessive force, kind of gave him an offer. And that chilled us out for a little bit. Oh, Donald Trump ends. The peach arrives. Horna. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. So what's up, Chad? What up, Bradley Frizzle? How y'all do? How do you feel, man? It's not too bad. Not too bad. That was a decent speech. Again, I don't think it was as dramatic. I'm surprised they ended it on the little plane thing. That was a little different. But yeah, you are going to get, I think there might be one more scheduled with Trump, but at the very least, I do believe, I think Trump is going to be on later in the day. And then you're going to have Kevin Hassett. And yeah, here's the news, you guys. I was waiting. I didn't think it would take that long, but you know, we're already at 7:11. We've been here for about 40 minutes. So good morning.
Greenland, Trump arrival at Davos delayed by Air Force One issue amid ongoing Greenland tensions and tariff threats, FT. Trump vows no going back on Greenland control, shares leaked texts and AI mock-ups while refusing to rule out force, Reuters. Trump confident U.S. and NATO will come to agreement on Greenland, refuses to divulge lengths he'll go to acquire island, Bloomberg. Pentagon not directed to plan Greenland invasion despite Trump's threats. NY Times. USTR Greer says Trump tariff threats against Europe could set the scene for talks. Politico. Trump could retain Board of Peace chairmanship after presidency per U.S. official. Bloomberg. U.S. to reduce 200 military personnel from NATO and advisory roles in Europe. FT. EU hardens stance. Germany joins France in pushing trade bazooka readiness against Trump's Greenland threats. Politico. Trump confident Europe will keep investing in U.S. despite Greenland tariffs, while EU calls threats a mistake. Bloomberg. Russia cheers Trump's Greenland push as blow to NATO unity, likens it to Crimea annexation. Link. Transatlantic rift over Greenland derails $800 billion Ukraine prosperity plan announcement at Davos. FT. Trade/tariffs.
Yeah,
U.S.
that was the one
seizes
from
seventh
yesterday.
tanker
They're
near
saying 68 a
Venezuela
share.
in escalating campaign against sanctioned
call.
oil shipments. Bloomberg. China seeks to narrow AI gap with U.S. by ramping power capacity to reduce energy needs. Nikki. China slams U.S.-Taiwan trade deal as economic drain, accusing Washington of hollowing out islands industries. CNBC. Markets. J.P. Morgan's Michelle views market sell-off as signal for Trump administration to restore calm. Bloomberg. U.S. markets experience worst day since October amid Japan bond volatility, Greenland threats, Reuters, Bloomberg. U.S. bank stocks decline as Trump deadline for 10% credit card interest rate cap approaches, Reuters. Japan Finance Minister Katayama urges market calm, says government will consider funding options for tax cuts. Bloomberg. Growing influence of foreign investors fueling volatility in JGBs as domestic participation shrinks. Nikkei. Japan opposition leader Tamaki calls for decisive action to curb excessive JGB volatility and market moves. Reuters. Japanese government bonds plunge to record yields amid competitive tax cut pledges and fiscal expansion fears under PM Takaichi. Reuters. Citigroup warns Japan bond volatility spillover could force risk parity funds to sell up to $130 billion in U.S. bonds. Bloomberg. Central banks, ECB's Lagarde warns Trump's tariff threats revive uncertainty, undermine transatlantic trust. Bloomberg, but impact on inflation negligible. Bloomberg. BOJ expected to pause rate hikes after December increase to 0.75% to evaluate effects. Link. Washington. Trump executive order curbs large institutional investors from buying single-family homes to boost affordability. Reuters. Supreme Court arguments begin on Trump's attempt to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook, testing central bank independence. FT. Senators Warren and Durbin demand records on Justice Department probe of Fed Chair Powell investing. GOP fractures deepen as Trump backs challenger to incumbent Senator Cassidy in Louisiana primary. Axios. House Democrats divided on DHS funding bill after ICE shooting weighing oversight versus border security. Axios. U.S. subpoenas Minnesota leaders for criminal grand jury probe over opposition. Reuters. House GOP rejects Clinton's Epstein interview offer, setting stage for contempt vote. NY Times. Economy. Lutnick forecasts U.S. Q1 GDP above 5%, warns EU against retaliating to Trump's Greenland-related tariffs. Reuters. America's largest grid operator to accelerate approval of co-located power plants to ensure adequate data center energy supply. Bloomberg. Business leaders adapt to Trump tariff volatility, predicting stabilized deals and growth. Semaphore. UK inflation rises to 3.4% in December, likely delaying Bank of England rate cut. Guardian. Germany slashes 2026 GDP growth forecast to 1.0% amid rising global trade uncertainty from U.S. tariffs. Reuters. South Korea exports surge 14.9% in early January, led by semiconductors despite U.S. tariff pressures. Yonhap. S&P cautions that PM Takechi's food tax suspension plan risks long-term damage to Japan's finances. Bloomberg. Corporate Netflix guidance underwhelms, guides higher spending on programming amid intense competition for subscribers. Bloomberg. United Airlines exceeds Q4 estimates, projects robust 2026 on premium and international travel strength. Bloomberg. Boeing recovers from 2024 jet incident losses with stabilized leadership and path to first profit in 7 years. Bloomberg. Nike's Greater China head Angela Dong departs as company seeks to reverse sharp sales drop. Bloomberg. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang to visit China in late January amid eased USAI chip export rules. Bloomberg. AI startup Besetin Labs raises $300 million that values company at $5 billion, more than double valuation from September. Bloomberg. Rio Tinto boosts Q4 copper output 5% via Mongolia expansion. Iron ore shipments up 7%. Bloomberg. Lululemon temporarily pulls Get Low leggings from North American online sales over see-through fabric complaints. CBC. Berkshire Hathaway may reduce stake in Kraft Heinz to 27.5% according to regulatory filing. Reuters. L'Oreal to invest $383 million in Indian tech hub. Reuters. Thoma Bravo eyes wave of software takeovers as AI fears trigger major sell-off in valuations. FT. Amazon launches largest ever physical megastore outside Chicago, entering big box retail competition. Link. FTC appeals loss in Meta antitrust case over Instagram and WhatsApp acquisitions. Axios. Geopolitics. Trump pushes for decisive military strikes on Iran amid protest crackdown and U.S. force buildup. Link. Trump escalates attacks on Starmer and UK over Chagos deal, immigration, and green policies amid strained special relationship. FT. London Times. New Zealand general election scheduled for November 7th, announced by PM Luxon. BBC. China. China signals more room for fiscal expansion in 2026, focusing on prompting services consumption. Reuters. Chinese tech giants advance agentic commerce with AI chatbots handling shopping and payments. CNBC.
All right, that was it, man. There's actually a lot of headlines compared to yesterday. But again, everybody kind of froze after Trump. Most of what you're moving off of is literally the gap down in Trump. So yeah, I know Josh AI. He sounds. I let him go on Reddit, and then I let him watch a couple podcasts, and then he started sounding hella weird. So hey, man, it's AI training, bro. AI training. It is what it is, baby. But good morning. And I don't know, man. I'm still a little clapped today. You guys probably heard a couple of sneezes. So I can make it a little bit more boring for you guys. I don't know if you want to hear this. Because again, it's actually 20 minutes ago. You didn't hear anything from the Supreme Court, but they are doing
said the Constitution
the live
required,
hearing on your
correct?
girl.
Elite opinion.
The Lisa Cook
There's
one.
a risk.
You remember we heard this a little bit from the
I
tariffs?
don't want to be
I might play this
responsible
in the
for
background.
quantifying that risk. I'm a judge, not an
Again,
economist.
it's better than hearing me
But if there
snot
is a
into the
risk,
mic.
doesn't that counsel in the stay posture when the equities are at stake caution on our part?
I think the court has to weigh that risk against the risk that
So yeah, watch the China plays. I made a couple of them free. I mean, Intel and chips are taking off. I mean, even some of the post earnings are getting that reaction. And then again, everybody just kind of feeling a little bit better after the call. You're at the high or near the high of yesterday. But other than that, you are going to be waiting for a little bit more clarity on bonds. I mean, again, bonds have a green today. They reacted a little bit, but they're about to go red. And then, Trump was saying markets were reacting to Greenland. But at the same time, literally, Bessent a couple times said it was more about Japan than anything else. So yeah, here's the Supreme Court. I'm gonna play this one in the background.
an issue here.
You guys get
And
this
the
is for Lisa
duties
Cook's
of this
case
incredibly
and whether or not
powerful
Trump could
position
fire
that has
Fed people.
Sweeping, powerful authority over the entire United States economy. The governor set interest rates for ordinary Americans all across the country. And here, there's the appearance of having played fast and loose, or at least been grossly negligent in getting favorable interest rates for herself.
So it's appropriate
What's the
to take
message to
notice.
ordinary Americans that comes out of that is the question for the court. And how do you weigh that against the elite opinion that's reflected in the amicus briefs? Obviously, President Trump's voice speaks to that concern of ordinary Americans. I think with the balance of the equities, what the court ought to do is look at the merits, which are extremely strong for us, and then look at its traditional and can stay factors. The court says when the government is a party, the irreparable harm to the government merges with the public interest. And here we have traditional.
The defense stocks are doing what they did last time.
Injuries
They
to
literally
the
got
president's
clapped
ability
on the
to
comments,
remove
and then
principal
literally
officers of the
intraday they
United
ran up.
When you look at, for example, the originalist evidence we've talked about in the decisions of 1789, when everybody said, or both camps were saying, of course the president can engage in
A-cam with the little
suspensory
pop, and again, you had the
removals.
Q-gen
And we have a preliminary
rumor. None of them are
injunction
cheap, though.
that is conspicuously non-existent, in your words, in CASA, for 225 years of American
But
history.
Mr. Sauer,
That's how it should be balanced.
General Sauer, excuse me. I guess I think you may have to be a little bit more specific with respect to the irreparable harm that you are alleging. Because really, as Justice Barrett sort of indicated, we are in a stay posture here. So the question is, to what extent do we believe that the president or the public is harmed by allowing Ms. Cook to
Yeah,
remain
metals are
in
going
her
down. Remember,
position
yesterday that was kind of
for
bullish.
the pendency of this
So
case?
keep that in mind.
I'm not sure that
Yeah,
we
gold
have
dropping
evidence
too.
here that Ms. Cook is an immediate threat to the public, that she's been in this position for a long time. The kinds of things that you're pointing to, as Justice Sotomayor indicates, are not related to conduct while in office. So it would seem to me that on the stay factors, you would have to say more about the harm of leaving her there for the next however many months while this case is being litigated.
We have a remedy here, which is a preliminary injunction. This court squarely held in Sawyer there was no jurisdiction to issue.
Yeah, but
So
I'm not
stop
talking about
framing-
I'm not talking about the court's power to do it. I'm talking about assuming we have the power for the moment. I appreciate that you say
Selling
we don't,
premium on
but
Intel,
assuming that we do,
I
the
probably
question is,
wouldn't.
what is the
I mean, you're
harm
literally going through one of the
allowing
historical
that
runs on it.
injunction to remain
Like, obviously, you could sell
because
premium and get a little bit
she's
of
in
cash,
office
but
now and
you
would
don't want to
just
get trapped.
continue.
So,
Among other
I mean,
reasons,
personally,
we assert
since we got it at a good price, I've just been
irreparable
saying ride the
injury
wave.
to Public perception to the Federal Reserve of allowing her to stay in office.
But if I was going to
They
sell it,
argue
I would
that
sell
this
the
is gonna
leaps.
cause the markets to tank.
And you have
When he was
evidence
first removed,
related.
They didn't tank.
You have evidence related to the public perception, or is this just the
Yeah,
president's
like you could sell the
view?
2028s, but you'll get like, based on the shares we bought from it, you would get like $2,800, which is a fuck ton. But at the same time, it would cap you, and then, you know, this again, the next price is like 57, and then like 62.
Ms. Cook's conduct.
The Federal Reserve governor who sets
But then
interest
again, if they
rates
have
for
bad
the entire
earnings, then
country
you might
appears
want to
have
sell it.
engaged
But
in improper
low
behavior.
key,
No,
I
I
would just,
understand.
I think you might be
Please,
better
please,
off just chilling
you're
with
raising
it.
so low.
Counsel,
You're
please
repeating-
allow the justice.
I'm sorry.
You're repeating the allegation. What I'm asking you is the evidence that supports that allegation. Traditionally, when an allegation
Craft,
is
dude,
made
no,
about someone's misconduct or whatnot,
I'll check the payout
there's an
ratio, but
opportunity
the bad news
for
is
that person to
Buffett
present evidence,
and
for the other side to
Berkshire, they
present
set up,
evidence, and
they
even
registered
if
like
the
300
president
million
was the
shares to
final
sell
arbiter
pretty
of
much
this,
whenever they
one would
want.
expect that he would do so on the basis of evidence. So what I'm trying to understand is what is the evidence that has been presented and considered with respect to Ms. Cook's alleged misconduct?
Well, the removal order addresses that because it.
What is the removal order? The Truth
It's
Social post?
No, it's the August 25th letter. I think it's Doc 1-4 in the district court. But the removal order addresses that. The evidence is you have mortgage applications within 2 weeks of each other that make clearly conflicting representation.
Was Ms. Cook given the opportunity in some sort of formal proceeding to contest that evidence or explain it?
Not a formal proceeding. She was given an opportunity.
Long term is on the
public
latest video.
because
In
she
the
was
world,
notified.
like she was
Yes.
supposed to post about it, and that was the opportunity to be heard that
Yeah.
you're saying was afforded to her in this
Yeah,
case?
yes, and she's had plenty of opportunities in the ensuing months where we've had ongoing litigation where there's never been a personal statement addressing that or justifying it.
General, let's
Yeah,
just
Intel
suppose
highest
with
in
me
4 years,
hypothetically for
up
the moment
11%.
that
I even hit the
court
wire a
read
second ago.
the act to require notice and a hearing.
You can get big
assume
tech going
everybody
up,
has
it'll be a good
noticed
day. Otherwise, they
now.
all started off pretty
Here
slow,
we
except
are.
NVIDIA.
What
But yeah,
would
Meta
that
is waking
hearing
up.
look like?
I would point to what the court has said in Vermont Yankee, which this court is very reluctant to dictate procedures.
No,
to
this
even
is the
federal
Supreme
agencies.
Court
And here the
hearing,
court would be dictating, or a court
arguing
would be
about Lisa
dictating
Cook.
procedures to the president. I think.
So besides the
they
tariffs,
rely
this is
heavily
going to be
on
the next
Loudermill.
big one that you're
Obviously,
going to hear
there's a
about.
notice and hearing
And then if
requirement.
they rule on this, it'll make it a lot
Loudermill
easier
requires only
for
very minimal, flexible
Trump to pretty much get rid of
procedures.
anybody else in the Fed, let alone any other position.
Into the Roosevelt room, sitting across a conference table, listening for I don't know how long, how much evidence is a lawyer required, and then making a decision. Could that suffice, you think? Or what would be required?
It would probably be if the court were to conclude that, it would have to be entirely dependent on the executive to decide, and that's what the case law indicates. Certainly, I think the question points out a great weakness in their argument, which is that the word cause does not include notice in a hearing on its face. Congress knows how to provide notice in a hearing. It did so in the NLRA 1 month before it reenacted the for-cause restriction here in 1935, and because it's not there, the court has nothing to provide guidance on that point, and if the court were to conclude that, it would be up to the executive's discretion.
Just a meeting across a conference table finished with "you're fired"? I mean,
all Loudermill says is that you have to be told of what the basis is of the allegations against you and give a chance to tell your side of the story. We believe that was provided in the 5-day window between the Truth Social post and the removal letter.
and then you mentioned on remedy that there's no such thing as a preliminary injunction for mandamus, and I just wanted to hear you a little bit more on that. You mentioned Judge Friendly. Please, thoughts.
So,
well, remember,
the
last time we
contention
heard
in
the
amicus
tariff one,
briefs is that you could
what you
rely
got
on
out of it kind of
Delgado
gave you an idea
to
of the
sort
odds.
bypass the holding of Sawyer and say that mandamus can provide the essentially the same relief as a preliminary injunction. I guess the argument would be you'd have to mandamus everybody, so all the members of the other members of the board to treat her as if she's still a governor, all the staff to treat them as if they were still a governor, because Delgado held where there's the city clerk who can't decide who is validly elected city commissioner. The court held you could mandamus that clerk to recognize the de facto officer in the interim, and that doesn't work for a couple of reasons. First of all, this is a preliminary injunction. Mandamus would have to be a final judgment, and that's what Judge Friendly said. There is no preliminary mandamus. That's the starkest of solecisms.
Do I understand you, General, going back to Justice Gorsuch's first question, to continue to maintain that in fact there is no requirement for notice and opportunity for a hearing? Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
And why is that? Just because it's not stated in the statute?
It's not stated explicitly in the statute, and Congress knows how to provide that because it did so a month earlier in a similar statute and has done so in many, many statutes.
It doesn't do that. Yeah, I thought that with respect to the
that EU news was earlier, and then EU Lang says pretty much
standard,
votes on hold until Greenland threats are over.
Notice and
So I don't think
hearing
market
for
will
that,
react too much to
but
that.
not in this statute.
But that's why, too, I think that's why I ran up a little bit on Trump toning it down.
Both Shurtleff and Reagan, this court expressly recognized that phrase INM or specified causes would bring with it notice in a hearing. And that's part of the court's holding in Shurtleff, as I read it, because there it was an INM standard, and there's a removal with no notice or hearing, and the court held, well, clearly this wasn't for INM because it was notice in a hearing.
Your reasoning would be that was a mistaken holding because since it's not stated in the statute.
Yeah, bro, UNH, he even made a comment, the CEO on Medicare.
Not exactly,
and
because
rebates.
the old soil argument that we reject as to just simply cause is, we admit, much stronger when it comes to specified causes. So we don't think the court necessarily got it wrong in Reagan when it said specified causes mean that notice and a hearing are provided, because the case law, it's the one point in which the sort of background case law does seem to be unanimous.
Staples are getting knocked today. So again, any of the value plays that did good yesterday, they're all down. And then Procter & Gamble earnings tomorrow.
Directly contradictory.
But the outcome of your position,
anything related to the chip shortage. I mean, Nvidia did better today, but Intel, Micron, AMD, SanDisk, they're all ripping.
The president need not provide any
the whole
notice.
SPY, we're at 0.8 on the NASDAQ. Russell's up by 1.2.
The president just really has to say, Ms. Cook, you're fired.
He has to provide a cause. We contend that there has to be a cause, something that relates to conduct, fitness, sufficiency, or competence. We concede it cannot be for policy disagreement or for no reason at all or at will.
General Sauer, if you're correct
General Sauer.
that courts do not have the authority to reinstate a removed officer, why are we wasting our time wondering if there's cause or not? Because even if we say, yes, there is cause, shouldn't have removed her, but we don't have the authority to order her reinstatement. What's the
good question?
How is that consistent with the time and energy being spent on determining if there's cause?
We agree that that's an alternative basis. As we say in our brief, that's reason enough to rule in our favor, and we have a holding of the court, Sawyer. We also have this tradition I was referring to earlier of recognition that runs from the decision of 1789 to all the opinions in Myers, it's alluded to in Wiener and so forth, recognizing the president's power of interim or suspensory removals. So we agree that's an alternative, that's an independent basis for us to prevail.
Well, it's an independent basis. I guess it's not independent in the sense that if that's right, the other one is irrelevant, right? It seems to me that if there is any level of cause, and you indicate that there is some level of cause, right? Well, then you can't be right about the idea that courts can't order anybody who's been removed to be reinstated.
There is a traditional remedy to reinstate, we don't dispute, there's a traditional remedy to reinstate wrongfully removed officers, which is mandamus. But they don't argue mandamus here, and the reason they don't argue mandamus is they face a number of insuperable obstacles to prevailing in mandamus. One is, of course, going all the way back to Marbury against Madison. You can't mandamus the president.
Those home builders are going up, too, after the bad data.
In addition to that, there is no preliminary writ of mandamus, as Judge Friendly pointed out, and the Seventh Circuit has held. In other words, and keep in mind, the standard in mandamus would be clear and indisputable.
The ones tied to bonds are still lagging.
And in fact, this is an ultra-virus challenge where the standard is exactly the opposite.
So there's a circumstance in which a court can order the reinstatement of a wrongly removed officer.
Intel, how many 10% days is this fucking done?
There is a traditional remedy, mandamus. Here, obviously, it'd be quo warranto if there were two competing claimants, but where there's just the one, that would be mandamus. And they have not argued mandamus. They're trying to find their way around mandamus because the standards to prevail under mandamus are insuperable, and they clearly cannot meet them.
But General,
Thank you. I'm sorry. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
Is there any reason why this whole matter had to be handled
Trump meeting
by
Swiss
everybody,
president at Davos right
by
now.
the executive branch, by the district court, by the D.C. Circuit in such a hurried manner? You began by laying out what you claim to be the factual basis for the for-cause removal, but no court has ever explored those facts. Are the mortgage applications even in the record in this case?
I know that the text of the social media post that screenshots to the mortgage applications is in the record, but I don't recall if the paperwork itself is in the record.
And SPY's still going, so get ready here because you are getting towards the high end of yesterday.
It was handled in a very
pretty much you get above
manner.
685 or
The district court decided the case on the
68450.
ground that
60, you'll be higher than yesterday.
for cause doesn't mean anything that happened before the person took office. And I'll question Mr. Clement about that when he stands up. The D.C. Circuit decided it on 2 grounds, the same as the district court, and that there's a property interest in holding
high ticker's
the
almost fully
position
gassed.
of governor of the Federal Reserve Board. Am I right on that?
Not exactly. The D.C. Circuit stay panel relied only on the property interest, did not rely on the pre-office misconduct, and that's insupportable.
Well, did it not hold that that's what for cause means?
My recollection is that the D.C. Circuit, the Garcia opinion in the D.C. Circuit relied solely on Loudermill and the due process property interest, which is baseless for the reasons we say. And that now the district court relied on the twin grounds, both that Loudermill rationale and also the.
All right, I stand corrected on that. But those are the only 2 issues that were decided by the lower courts.
That's correct.
Justice Sotomayor?
I have a couple of follow-ups on Reagan and Shurtleff. You're relying on those 2 cases for your proposition that cause could be whatever the person, the authority decides. But Reagan and Shurtleff were very careful in holding that the only reason that was true was because there would be life tenure
but those they hurt
involved
sometimes.
Otherwise. It was very careful
I'm gonna try to do some push-ups today. Dude, I'm still clapped, you guys. I'm more clapped than I was yesterday. That's why I'm playing this shit.
And there was a
because otherwise I'm gonna sound like the lawyer if I don't.
Provision. So you're
we actually even have a big schedule of a lot of stuff to listen to today.
We read Reagan differently.
Like literally, you're gonna have Trump and Warsaw a little bit later
don't talk
too.
about fixed term at that point.
I think but the court recognized the rule, and I'm quoting from the case. Quote, where causes of removal are specified by statute, as also where the term of office is
Bonds
for a
too.
fixed
I remember
period,
Bonds a second ago. We're about to go
notice
break
and
even.
hearing are essential.
Dog, Intel, this
Here,
is kind of
you
getting
need
crazy.
For cause, and there's a fixed period of tenure. And Reagan very clearly said notice and hearing.
Yeah, Intel earnings is tomorrow, so this is all the run-up. But like, bro, this year. It's already done this like 3 times.
Alito's
I think there's been at least 8 to 10% days.
I thought, and the chief.
So yeah, man, I don't know if y'all want
to dispute.
Some of you want to sell premium, but at this point, I mean, you guys saw Uber. We sold premium on it, but it was pretty easy to cap your gains.
Quite frankly,
maybe after earnings, if it goes crazy, you'll get another set of contracts. But if you were going to do it, I would get a lot of time. I would actually avoid it in 100%, but to each his own, my friend.
In an informal proceeding, if the president can go by social media, and one believes that is adequate notice under law, I'm hard pressed to think a letter from a lawyer.
I mean, dude, I thought Intel was supposed to just be a gem, but it might have been the diamond. I'm glad though we went hard on it.
The letter from
so let's see what this earnings
says,
is either gonna give up some of it tomorrow, or earnings is that's it. They're just gonna take off and call it a day.
In Washington, I had to move from New York when I got my job in Washington, and frankly, I renovated my apartment the year before, thinking I would be in New York for the rest of my life. Things change, and the bank in Michigan, at least they represent, will say there was no deceit of them. As to the mortgage issue in Atlanta, Ms. Cook's lawyer represents that the paper submitted to the bank disclosed the fact that this was a vacation home. So they may not have experienced deceit. If they didn't experience deceit,
yeah, Google waking up, Tesla's still going, a couple more real estate stocks, and then healthcare. Healthcare, Abivi, UNH, XLV, they're all up.
Make a mistake on a mortgage application. And I don't know that gross negligence has ever risen to the level of a mistake. So there is a factual issue. Now the question is, who resolves that issue?
All right, man, you're getting to the high end. Let's see if we can get out of it. If you could get out of this high end, like I was saying, those sweet spots in the morning, you're going to have a little bit more room to go. I mean, I'm surprised people are, again, it's going to double.
What was dressed below is, I think, exactly what
just a due process right to notice in a hearing by the circuit court, and for cause being something has to be only what's at the time of in office. I do agree with you. Common law did permit pre-office conduct to be considered, but only if for an infamous crime. I don't think this rises to an infamous crime.
If I could say two things about that. First, on the narrow point about whether or not a letter of counsel can create a factual dispute in this context, that's the holding of this court in Cott against Belger.
Chip
where the
index
court
going
said
up,
that
a couple more
suggestions
tailing
of
along like
counsel
Marvel.
are not enough. It's the party who has to do it. So there were representations of counsel there, and the court held that that wasn't
That's
enough
in
to
a
create
legal
factual.
proceeding. This is an informal proceeding. Legal proceeding.
Yeah, the point was there had never been any representation by the party.
How's
in any
Johnson
context,
confident
formal or
a deal could be
informal, and
reached
that's
on
exactly what
Greenland?
we have here. That's the one point. I can't remember the second point I was going to make in response to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ulta got an upgrade this morning.
General, can I take you back to the Chief Justice's question, the remedial question, the last one? Because in response to him, you said kind of no worries because there's a traditional remedy of mandamus. But then, pretty much in the next sentence, you said, but of course mandamus doesn't apply here because it's the president. So, I mean, when we're talking about the president's removal powers, you're essentially saying that the only remedy doesn't apply, and that brings you back to the Chief Justice's question, which is, well, if there's no way to reinstate, what does this cause requirement amount to?
Well, Congress adopted a policy choice to impose on the president a cause requirement and not an I&M requirement. As Justice Alito pointed out in the CFPB funding case, this was a hard-fought compromise.
No, but I
between
think
two
there's
influential
some
camps.
kind of cause. It doesn't have to be inefficiency, neglect, malfeasance. But there is some kind of cause that's necessary. You said that yourself in response to my last question, that the president has to state a cause. But if then you're saying, well, even if he flunks whatever that requirement is, there's no way to reinstate the person. There's no way to use the mandamus route. What does it amount to? It seems pretty, it seems non-effectual.
It is if it is non-effectual, which we dispute, we think it's very effectual, and it's proven to be effectual in history because it provides the governors with the most important protection, which is that Congress apparently wanted to give them, which is protection against removal for policy disagreements. And governors have not been removed for policy disagreements. That has been
Except
respected.
there's no way to test that. There's no way either that the person can come in and have that meeting in the Oval Office or the Roosevelt Room or wherever else, saying, I think you're really getting rid of me for policy reasons. There's no way for a court to evaluate that. The president just has to say, I'm removing you for cause. You committed gross negligence.
And there's no question, for all the reasons we discussed in our briefing, that confers broad discretion on the president. Now, there's an outer perimeter that is subject to policing by judicial review, policy disagreement, no cause at all, and so forth. But that confers broad discretion on the president. But even if it was de novo review here, gross negligence in a very important financial transaction that has this close nexus with what a governor does would satisfy it.
Does the president have to say what the gross negligence is? Or can the president just say, I'm removing you, it's not for policy, it's for gross negligence?
So we have, I think, conceded in the briefing that sort of determination would be subject to judicial review because he hasn't specified the cause. Now, the case law, that's a borderline case. The case law goes in different directions on that. Garland, one of the cases that we cited in our brief, kind of goes the other way in a way that'd be stronger for us, but we haven't disputed that in this case, that if there was no cause provided at all, then that would be subject to judicial review and likely an invalid removal.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Just to follow up on Justice Kagan's questions, I think in them was the question, if you think mandamus doesn't apply to the president at all, ever, how could you ever test the things you say can be tested? He has to remove for cause. He can't remove for policy disagreements. That might be one. The president says, I remove you for policy disagreements. He's open about it, let's say. Could happen. Right? You would say still mandamus is not available, I think, wouldn't you?
I think we would. Now, that might be a closer case.
All right, bro, you're almost fully ripped on the spy and the high taker. You're getting above the level from yesterday.
Would not be available.
6'8",
Actually, that
450.
might be a case where mandamus might be available with the caveat that Howard Marbury.
So now the only other
applied
thing is going to
Marbury
be
says
any
you
of the other
cannot
drama
mandamus
this
the
week,
president
earnings,
in a
and
discretionary
then whatever the
decision.
hell with
And
bonds.
So baked into our jurisprudence from the dawn of this
Would you
court
say that
is
that's
the
not
notion
a-
there's going to be some things the president does that you can't
Would you
dispute.
say that's not a discretionary decision? If the president says, I fire you for policy reasons, that would be outside of his discretion and therefore subject to mandamus?
Essentially, the argument would have to be that'd be ministerial within the meaning of Marbury, and then I think that standard in Marbury kind of gets ported into the standard in Cheney, clear and indisputable, right?
Yeah, so it would be clear and indisputable, and therefore
Rumble
could run
for the
against
long
president
term?
in that
Probably
case.
not.
Hypothetically,
I remember we talked about
I'd
it a
have
couple
to do
years
a lot
ago.
more study
I was
to
just
take a
worried about their
position on
capital
that.
structure. Seemed like they were raising money off of investors, but
For present
it has been
purposes,
a
you
couple of
accept
years.
The
Maybe when
constitutionality of the
censorship
four-clause
comes back
removal
again.
provision from
But
the
I don't think I'd
Federal
add it.
Reserve, and that
I
is
think
what
Google
protects
is the
independence
behemoth.
of the Federal Reserve. What, in your view, is the purpose of that independence?
It protects the governor, exactly reflecting the plain text of the statute. It protects the governors.
CRM, that could be one of the growth names for this year. Are we still down? Yeah, they
What
got
is the
murked.
broader purpose of that?
That's even
to
lower than
preserve
when we
the
wanted it
independence of
that
the
first
Federal
time.
Reserve.
And what is the broader purpose of that?
I'd
Well,
put it on a
there's
list.
number of
I think it
reasons
just
that are
depends how the
specified
next
there,
quarter
Nikki, and
goes.
I think not disputed by
But if
us,
you
which
can't
is
get
that
any value,
there is
CRM,
a,
Adabe,
you
they
know,
might be
a long tradition of
some
having
good
this
growth names.
exercise
They
of
might even be
monetary
lower.
policy be exercised independent of executive influence, and we don't dispute that that's what Congress was doing in that statute. And again, we have not disputed the validity of the four-cause removal restriction here.
And why is that independence important in your view?
We don't dispute the importance of that for many of the reasons that their amici say, but we emphasize that there's a balance struck here. This is not a ironclad, you can never be removed. There is a cause removal authorization.
But on that, your position that there's no judicial review, no process required, no remedy available.
This is Trump's lawyer,
very low bar
General
for
Sauer.
cause that the president
He's the same
alone
guy who argued the
determines.
tariff case.
And that
So
would
we listened
weaken,
to this
if not
during the
shatter,
tariffs,
the
if you guys
independence of the
recall.
Federal Reserve
So
that we
depending on
just
how this plays out, you are
discussed.
going to
We disagree with that.
you're going
and
to
I would
hear
point to the
this
point
coming
that
into when the
point
Supreme
you made,
Court
this
makes a
is low
decision
bar for
on the
cause.
firing of Lisa
In
Cook,
a sense, it's a
and then
very
the other
high
authority
bar. It's
that
a
they would
very
have
strong
to
protection
fire anybody else.
because it does protect them from the one thing that Congress was apparently most worried about, which is a removal for policy.
Joby for the long term. I'm not a
It would
fan
be
of
in
flying
the view
cars.
of the president.
I think you're going to get a
who
flying car
might have a
space
policy
bubble, but
disagreement,
I wouldn't
and
add those
there's
to the
no
long
judicial
term.
review, and the president can just define it on his or her own. Right?
One of the strongest traditions in this court's jurisprudence is the
All right,
the
man,
sort of
new high.
presumption of regularity
High
to the
ticker's not even
president's
fully. You're
action
getting a
that
couple
has
of those
applied
Russell
to this
names coming
provision, I
down.
think,
NASDAQ
effectively
is
for
catching up to
112
Russell.
years, and it continues to do
So if big tech goes,
Let's
it
talk
might
about
be a
the real
NASDAQ
world
leader day. You haven't seen
downstream
that too
effects of
often.
this,
But yeah, you're a little bit higher now from yesterday.
Because if this were set as a precedent, it seems to me, just
Next
thinking
level is
big
going to be like
picture,
68, 88.
what goes
And then if
around
you can
comes
fill any of
around.
these gaps.
All the
Back to 69, 40.
current president's appointees would likely be removed for cause on January 20th, 2029, if there's a Democratic president, or January 20th, 2033. And then we're really at will removal. So what are we doing here? What is, we started, that's why I started with what's the purpose of the independence and the four-cause removal. If we accept all these, no procedure, no judicial review, no remedy, that's what's going to happen, I think. And then where are we? So do you dispute that is, the real world effect?
I can't predict what future presidents may or may not do, but the argument strikes me as
Well,
a
history is
policy
a pretty
argument.
good guide. Once these tools are unleashed, they are used by both sides, and usually more the second time around. And I think that's what we have to make sure we're. Again, that can't drive the decision necessarily. We have to be aware of what we're doing and the consequences of your position for the structure
Denmark
of the
Prime
government.
Minister says U.S. president
2 points
ambition is
there.
intact.
I dispute
Positive
the characterization
that he
these
does not
tools
plan
have
to
been
use
unleashed.
force.
The president has always had
So
this
they're walking
tool
back the
to
Denmark thing.
remove
I mean, again, everything Trump
governors
said,
for
and nobody's really freaking out
for
considering.
financial improprieties. Now, the
You know,
history
he did say
is,
some crazy stuff
including
there.
twice
but-
in the last 4
Yeah,
years,
everyone's
governors
showing off
who have
that.
been credibly accused of financial improprieties have resigned. They haven't forced the president to remove them. And I think the more sort of fundamental point is that cause is a standard that is quite deferential to the president. Congress consciously adopted that instead of a more restrictive standard like INM that was, by all appearances, a legislative compromise between two camps, one of which wanted to give the president complete control.
I agree with you that
I made a
there's
video on
balance
it
here,
end of
and
last year.
So I understand that. I'm not saying
So
there's
it's not a
no
big deal yet. It
interests
kind
on
of
the other
relates to that
side.
QT or the
I get
QE,
that.
you could call it. But it's
but
not an
again,
issue yet
thinking
until we
about
see
the
some
real world
liquidity
and the
problems.
brief of the former governors of the Federal Reserve, I mean, your position, again, because you say, well, the president can't say it's for policy reasons, which may be what's really, again, in not talking about the current situation and other situations in the future, what's really driving it. It incentivizes a president to
Denmark
come up
foreign
with
minister says he'll maintain
what,
the diplomatic
as
track
Federal
regarding
Reserve,
Greenland.
Former governors say, trivial or inconsequential or old allegations that are very difficult to disprove. It incentivizes kind of the search and destroy and find something and just put that on a piece of paper, no judicial review, no process, nothing, you're done. I mean, again, what are we doing when we have a system that incentivizes
had a reverse
that
split. I have
and
no idea
leads
what
to
it is.
that? Now, again, you can dispute that you think it's going to lead to that. And again, I'm not talking about the facts of this case. I don't know the facts of this case, so I'm taking no position on that.
This court has, since Martin against Mott, running all the way through Trump against United States, Trump against Hawaii, a whole host of decisions, consistently afforded the president the presumption of regularity in his action and consistently declined to probe a president's actions for their subjective motivations. And so in the hypothetical question that you posed, that hypothetical future president should also be afforded the very same sort of deference and
that leads, I mean, that brief, that amicus brief, cites Justice Scalia's dissent in Morrison, which is always a good place to look for wisdom, and the concern that you're putting all these resources, because you can't say it's for policy, you put all these resources, let's find something, anything about this person.
Court, biotech.
And then we're good. And by the way, there's no judicial review, so we're really good. And there's no administrative process.
And again, I disagree with that. I think that that argument, that presumption, when it applied to the
chipmaker's ripped. I don't know if it's off of more memory shortage or if it's anticipation of earnings.
And what's the
yeah,
fear
literally,
of
they're
more
all
process
up a
here?
very large amount.
In the
SanDisk,
sense
Micron,
that
WDC,
process
AMD,
protects you in
Intel,
the
every
sense
single one of them.
helping you make better, more accurate decisions, and process helps you then convince people on the outside.
Well, for Joby, like I said, I mean, long-term, the best long-term plays are going to be the products you use.
About more process?
You know, you don't have to bet on the next big thing to make. I mean, again, Intel was a fucking old-ass company when we bought it. Still is. But you don't have to really bet on the next big thing. You get a good deal on something that's going to be around for 10 years, you'll be fine.
I should dictate procedures to the president. Our contention is that there already has been a process. There was a social media post that said,
okay, now you got NVIDIA, Meta, a couple big caps, and Google. They're playing along a little bit.
Defiance. So there was a chance.
Court, there's no headline. They're just up 7.
Loudermilk to tell her side of the story, and it wasn't adopted. And in fact, there hasn't been, for months since then, any clear explanation other than it was an invert notation.
Denmark foreign minister, we are not negotiating to compromise on our fundamental principles.
Again, none of my questions or comments are about the facts of this case. I don't know the facts of this case, but thank you.
Justice Barrett?
I want to pick up on that question about why, and Justice Kavanaugh said, why are you afraid of a hearing, or what would there be that would be wrong with process? I mean, you spent a lot of time litigating the case. You know, it's gone up from the district court to the Court of Appeals, and now we're here. And if there isn't anything to fear from a hearing, and if you have the evidence, why couldn't those resources have been put into a hearing? I understand you think that you don't have to provide one, either because of the statute or because of the due process clause, and that's fine. But in thinking about irreparable harm to the government, if one step you could take to reduce your irreparable harm, to show that there really was cause, is just to have a hearing, why not?
I don't think it's a question of resource allocation. It's our position that adequate process was already provided. So if it's a question of the district court's ordering us to go further and then go further and go further again, all without any legal or constitutional authority in our view.
Oh, this is where David Sachs
So they told you to go farther, but not that much farther. I mean, okay, so there's the Truth Social post, and then, burden on her to come back in 5 days. I understand that's your position. But, Justice Gorsuch posited sit down across the table in the Roosevelt room, where the president provides Ms. Cook, Governor Cook, with the evidence and waits to hear what her response is, gives her a chance to defend herself. I mean, that just wouldn't be that big a deal, it seems, if that's enough.
Again, it's an intrusion on the executive branch to dictate what procedures it ought to provide.
So it's standing on
Certainly to
principle.
the president, and our position is he has provided process. He's provided adequate process. And if the district court said, well, that wasn't quite good enough, try again, and then we try again, and the district court says, nope, that wasn't quite good enough, try again, we have gone left Vermont Yankee way in the rearview mirror.
Do you concede that if the statute was an INM statute, then under Shurtleff you would have to provide process?
Notice and hearing, yes.
Yes.
We don't dispute that.
And I want to go back to one of Justice Kagan's questions. She said, well, in Shurtleff, the statute itself didn't say that you got notice and a hearing for INM, but the court said that you
Baba
did.
and NVIDIA.
Here,
So if
the
big tech
statute
starts to
does
take
say
off, it's going to make
cause.
that other
Cause
gap
isn't
fill a
as
little bit more
specific,
likely.
maybe, as INM, but it does identify the grounds that the president must have for removal. Why shouldn't we do the same thing that the Shurtleff court did and say that, well, as we said in Shurtleff, when a statute specifies the grounds for removal, there must be notice and a hearing given?
Excuse me.
Because the case law, presumably Shurtleff, when it said that as to INM, you get notice in a hearing, was relying on what we don't dispute is as far as I can tell, pretty consistent strain in the case law that's what that means. It gives you specified causes like that, INM, give you notice in a hearing. The case law on cause is the opposite. I mean, look at the lower court opinion in Reagan, in the Court of Claims opinion, where they say cause does not mean you get a notice in a hearing. And we cite a strong line in the background case law as well. Now, they dispute, they say there's some cases going the other way. However, the notion that they are making an old soil argument. They're saying, oh, this, in order to prevail on that, it has to be so well settled and clearly established that there really wasn't a dispute about it. And you look, I can't emphasize enough, what, for example, the Tuttle, Michigan.
Well, I don't think it's about due
from
process. That's what he's
1905
saying.
that's heavily
He's saying
relied
it's
on, for example,
he has the right as long as there's for cause. And they're saying that the mortgage thing was for
all
cause.
over the map on all of these issues. That treaty says the courts differ on almost every conceivable part of this question. The only
The
point of
direct funding?
consistency
That was
is
last year.
specified causes INM,
We
which
traded a
also
lot of those
sees
places.
the holding of the
Those
court
were day
in
trades
Shurtleff.
or swing
Whereas
trades. I
cause
wouldn't
just
say
doesn't
I
mean that. We
wouldn't
cite
really
all
add
these
them to the
cases,
long
they
term
dispute,
unless
and
you
there's
really
this battle about
know
what the
them and
19th
want
century
to. But
case law mean. Keep
the
in
only
mind,
one
in
was
context of
Intel.
that
That was
battle,
one that got to
they
capture
bear
the
the
AI,
burden of
the
making
government,
the
all of
soil
that stuff.
argument.
Justice Jackson?
Just following up really quickly on that point, isn't
I
the
know,
case
bro, the
law
year of the
all over
sneeze,
the
my
map
bad.
because the statutes were different?
Do you guys hear? It sucks because
understand,
sometimes when I get like sick, you
the
can't really
mayor's
hear it
brief,
because I
which
just
they
sound the
rely
same.
upon
But
to
like, oh my
really
gosh, bro,
drill down
I'm snotting everywhere.
on the various statutes related to
Baba.
removal and to have identified ones, for example, that have a fixed term but allowed removal only for cause, or had a fixed term and provided for removal at the president's discretion, or didn't have a fixed cause, a fixed term, et cetera, et cetera. There's like a series of permutations, and in those different circumstances,
And a couple biotechs and
courts,
healthcare
which
been doing good all day.
Asterisk, we're actually
pretty sure
reviewing
everything's
this
up all
so
day.
that in the first instance makes me question.
Nah,
your
Kraft
belief
I really
that
don't
courts
like
couldn't
now.
review
Now
it,
that
but
Buffett is pretty much
setting that
they're gonna be
aside,
able to
we
sell.
have a bunch of cases that
You have
come out different
390
ways
names
because
green
the
on the
statutes are
SPY,
different.
111 in the red. Dow
Professor
Jones
Manning
23 green,
says-
7 in the
Manners
red.
says that when you
Nasdaq
drill
78
down
green, 22 in the red.
this situation, with respect to fixed term and removability for cause, as of 1913, it was well established. Everybody agreed.
I think
that
Intel
that
was the
required
gem,
at least
but
notice
I was
and an
talking more along the
opportunity to
lines
be
of.
heard. So,
I don't
what is
think
your
there's any
response
plays right
to
now you
that?
could really
We're
add to
looking
the
at a
long term
particular
that
statute that does two
got
things.
the government
Fixes
funding.
The
You know,
term
that was
and
the
has
theme
for
of last year.
cause. She
That's
says
where we
everybody
made a lot on the swing
said,
trades, but
gotta have a
I don't know if I
notice and a
necessarily
hearing.
add
So
them
why
to
is
the
the
long
government
term
saying
now.
different right now?
Respectfully to her,
Even Intel, I don't know if
that
I'd add
contention is
Intel at this
plainly
price. I
incorrect.
mean, we
So if
got
you
it
go to our supplemental
a
brief,
couple hundred,
page
120,
9,
130%
footnote 4
lower.
in the accompanying text, we cite Ulrich, and then 13 more cases in that footnote for the proposition that for cause does not require notice in a hearing. Her argument is
No, I'm talking about the combination.
Trump already did
Yes,
mention
the
that as well.
Combination,
Right.
for
So
cause.
we're gonna hear
and
him
a
one more
stick
time
and a
today,
fixed
but
term.
yeah.
So when I look at
Yeah,
those
Staples are
cases,
the one
I'm gonna
lagging,
find
'cause they
that
did good
combination,
yesterday.
and people are all over the map, you say?
By our count, in 7 of those 14 cases, it's a combination. There's also a fixed term. So that argument just, again, that brief, read the Tuttle article that it relies so heavily on, and you'll see this argument. They're nowhere near meeting the burden of an old soil argument.
right.
And that's what they need to change the plain text of the statute.
Well, let me talk about the plain text of the statute in light of its purposes. You explored with Justice Kavanaugh, and I appreciated this, that Congress put the 4-clause provision in there for a reason. And you conceded that the reason was to try to ensure the independence of the Federal Reserve, that Congress had decided that this particular agency, because of the sensitive information and policy determinations that it has to make, needs to not have the pressure of having all of its governors be fireable at the whim of the president. So in goes 4-cause removal for that purpose, and you agree. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, how does reading the statute to give the president broad discretion, which you've said many times, with respect to his removability of these governors, how does that further the aims of the statute?
It directly furthers the aim of protecting them for removal for policy disagreement, which would be the key protection.
No, but you've conceded that the aim is actually broader. The aim is to ensure that this institution is not being pressured by the executive branch, by the president, with respect to its determinations, that people can't just be fired because the president wants them to. And so what I'm now asking is, if we read 4-cause to ultimately reduce to the president can pick some fact that has nothing to do with their actual tenure in office, something that happened way before, and use that and say that's cause, and it's not reviewable, and he doesn't have to show any evidence and doesn't have to give the person a hearing. Basically, the president is just making the determination that Congress apparently didn't want him to have the power to make, because they put 4-cause in the statute. So how do you reconcile your vision of presidential discretion with a statute that was clearly designed to limit the president's discretion in this regard?
It was designed to limit the president's discretion just as far as the plain text of the statute goes. The statute was a hard-fought compromise between two influential and insistent camps, as Justice Alito recently wrote. One of them thought there should be complete presidential control of the Federal Reserve. The other thought it should essentially be a private entity. They met in the middle.
You're gonna have to go back and listen. I mean, the idea is that was just a play idea from last year.
It only protects
so I wouldn't
them
really add those to long term
as the
unless you
president's
insist.
determination about
yeah,
cause
those are the trades
is
last year.
reviewable and based on actual evidence that has been established. It doesn't protect them if the president can just make it up.
It also provides a legislative determination that governors could be and perhaps should be removed if they engage in financial improprieties that undercut the Federal Reserve's credibility in the eyes of ordinary Americans.
All right, one more question just about this idea of the district court's power. You've talked a lot about mandamus being the remedy, but as I read the cases in the law, mandamus was the remedy for courts of law that were being asked to reinstate removed officers. And this was back at a time in which courts of law and courts of equity were separate. We now have a fused system. Courts of equity could always be asked to step in and prevent the removal of this person. To the extent the person was claiming that they were not removable, say because the statute says they could only be removed for cause, a court of equity could be invited through this claim to come in and pause the circumstances, not allow this person to be removed until the courts of law had actually litigated the claim of removability. I think that's the world we're in. This was the very first question that Justice Sotomayor asked you. And so can you just explain why you're insisting that mandamus is the only thing available to the district court in this situation when this is an equitable decision in the interim?
Yeah, Trump making comments, meeting with Polish leader now.
It is, the preliminary injunction is an equitable determination, and it's one that the district court plainly, under Sawyer, plainly lacked jurisdiction to enter. And again, I also, in addition to the holding of this court in Sawyer, that a temporary restraining order purporting to restore a public officer.
Right, my question posits that we're not talking about restoration. We're talking about Ms. Cook's application to the court before she was terminated to prevent being terminated because her claim is that I'm not removable. That's an equitable determination. It's being made in the interim. She's not yet been removed because the court prevented that with its preliminary injunction. Courts of equity did that all the time. So I don't understand why you're saying it's inappropriate for that to be done now.
Sawyer, in addition to that, as I alluded to before, there's this strong tradition of recognizing the president's authority to engage in suspensory removals pending the final determination, and that alone is enough to point out that there's no power to do the preliminary injunction that was entered here.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. Mr. Clement?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the Court, the Federal Reserve is a uniquely structured entity with a distinct historical tradition. Part of that historical tradition is an unbroken history going back to its founding in 1913, in which no president, from Woodrow Wilson to Joseph Biden, has ever even tried to remove a governor for cause, despite the ever-present temptation for lower rates and easier money. Even in this case, the president recognizes the unique status of the Fed by neither arguing that the removal restriction is unconstitutional, nor asserting the ability to remove a Fed governor without cause. But despite that recognition, the sum total of the Solicitor General's arguments would reduce the removal restriction in this unique institution to something that could only be recognized as at-will employment. No procedural due process before removal, no judicial review after removal, no preliminary injunction to preserve the status quo, and a conception of cause so capacious that apparent misconduct or gross negligence suffices. That makes no sense. There's no rational reason to go through all the trouble of creating this unique quasi-private entity that is exempt from everything from the appropriations process to the civil service laws just to give it a removal restriction that is as toothless as the president imagines.
Bro, all
but if
these
that removal restriction has real
bios, they don't really have
substantive and
news.
procedural bite, then this emergency application should be denied. There is simply no reason to abandon over 100 years of central bank independence on an emergency application on a preliminary record. I welcome the court's questions.
But if there was such concern for independence, could the removal statute have been written, as others have been written, to require a hearing and review?
So it could have been, Justice Thomas, in the realm of interpreting statutes, could have, should have, would have, right? But I think that you have to give faithful interpretation to what Congress actually did. And I think if you understand the original public meaning of for cause in either 1913 or 1935, I do not think it was as capacious as my friends suggest. I think it probably meant INM plus ineligibility, and in the context of the Fed in particular, it probably picked up Section 244, which prevents a federal governor from also serving as a director and an officer of a bank.
That was the one in the morning.
So if there were a Fed
Doing a
governor
little
that
Halt thing.
insisted on being a director of Chase Manhattan, I think that would
that's
be removal
related to,
for
like,
cause.
Lucid Therapeutics.
And then on the context of the hearing, and I think Justice Kagan already alluded to this, but there are all these statutes about INM that don't mention a hearing, and there are many statutes that talk about cause and don't mention a hearing. Now, it's true that the NLRA, which was passed a month before, did specify a hearing. But I think it would be a mistaken statutory interpretation to make that one express reference to a hearing sort of disable all the other old soil arguments with respect to all the other institutions, where I think there's a very strong old soil argument that whether it's INM or for cause, that means that you get notice and an opportunity.
With that said, what would the hearing look like, and what would the review look like?
So I agree with General Sauer that the president would have a fair amount of discretion in how he or she wanted to fashion that hearing. I mean, one example we have historically is President Taft, and he sort of gave the removed officials the full Taft, and it was notice, opportunity for a hearing before an impartial tribunal that, serendipitously included future Justice Frankfurter. And then so that's kind of the maximum that the president could give, but we're not suggesting that you need to give the full Taft. The president would have a lot of flexibility on that. I think you asked what the review would look like, and I think that actually sort of gets to the heart of where the president's incentives would be. I think the more process that the president provides, the less room there's going to be for judicial review and judicial second-guessing of factual determinations. So if a president wants to give the full Taft, I think the scope for review of factual determinations by that kind of tribunal would be very narrow, but I do think there would be legal review.
I'm not sure I understand exactly what you want a hearing for. If your argument is inadvertence, it doesn't seem to me that there's much you can say factually other than that. You can't say, well, this is why we did it and this is okay and all that. It's just an inadvertent mistake. Now, there obviously are a lot of legal questions to be addressed, but again, those are questions for the court, and not the basis for a factual hearing. You don't have anything. You have one sentence to say. It was inadvertent mistake.
Well, I mean, Mr. Chief Justice, I think in a case where the president's going to say that it's an inadvertent mistake is enough, and the potentially removed official's going to come in and say it was an inadvertent mistake, then you're right. I think the hearing's not going to matter that much. Now, in the real world where you have no precedent for this kind of removal, I think if there were notice and opportunity for a hearing, there might be an opportunity to not just present the factual evidence, but to also make the case. And given these particular facts about this particular inadvertent mistake, that isn't a basis for removal.
Well,
Top right is
I think you're talking about the legal arguments, though. The arguments we're hearing today.
I think that's right, Mr. Chief Justice, and I do think those could be made in a preliminary way in the process that was provided by the executive branch. But as I alluded to, I do think on the substantive question of what's for cause, there needs to be judicial review. And I think there needs to be judicial review of that question for all the reasons that were alluded to in the various colloquies. Because if there's no judicial review, then this is all kind of a joke. I mean, we can sit here and posit that, well, this would be for cause and that would be for cause, but none of it would matter because there'd be no judicial review.
Well, on the question of what is for cause, what the district court held was that it must relate solely to in-office conduct. And you defend that with one caveat that if the office holder is indicted later indicted while in office for pre-office conduct, then that might be cause for removal because a person under indictment wouldn't be able to devote full attention to the job. But other than that, you defend the district court's holding. Is that correct?
We do defend the district court's holding on that, and I would understand that is the rule for all the statutes that have INM.
There's nothing when under a for-cause removal
we got 20 minutes till you're close.
No pre-office conduct.
We're moving through. Again, it's literally been ripping since Trump.
That is my frontline response. I happen to have a backup argument, which is if you pick up the common law,
and then the chips
then
are
you would
taken
pick
off.
up
Let's take your.
You could argue some pre-earnings run-ups after that little gap down yesterday.
And see how far you're willing to go. Suppose that the office holder was permitted to resign from a previous job under a non-disclosure agreement based on long and egregious pattern of sexual misconduct. That would not be for cause. That would not be cause for removal.
So what I would say, Justice Alito, is I don't think that would be INM. And so if I'm going to stick to my frontline position, then that would not be for cause. It would certainly be a basis for impeachment. And I think in understanding why we've had INM for at least 90 years.
All right, I understand your position. How about if after the person assumes office, videos are disclosed in which the office holder is expressing deep admiration for Hitler or for the Klan?
I can only imagine where these typos are going to eventually go, Your Honor.
Well, yeah, because your position.
I'm going to stick with my position.
Well,
of course, I'm going to stick with my position. And I'm going to say that's an official that would be impeached in a heartbeat. And the fact that they would be impeached in a heartbeat is going to cause them to resign in half a heartbeat. And this has not proven a problem. I mean, for better or for worse, whatever you think of Humphrey's executor, we've had 90 years.
I think this is a lawyer arguing the other side. He kind of sounds like a dick.
My backup argument is the common law standard. Justice Sotomayor alluded to it, which would be that there's a removal basis for an infamous crime of the kind that is disabling for public office, and and at common law it also required a conviction. So it's an exception. It helps me with a couple of these hypotheticals.
No, it doesn't
It's
help
not
you.
going to help
California
me
is
with
like the
Justice
fourth largest
Alito
global
It doesn't
economy.
help
saying
you.
there's
It
no
doesn't-
conviction for the Hitler video.
You have a backup to the backup.
Impeachment. It's the ultimate backup here. This is not a situation where you're being asked, you have to tie
Been
yourself to the
argued in the
man.
past that impeachment doesn't cover private conduct. You obviously disagree with that, then.
Well, I certainly see, but this actually kind of makes the point about judicial review, right? I mean,
I'm not saying I agree with that, by the way. It's just been argued.
right, but what I absolutely agree with is the Walter Nixon case says that there's no judicial review of the impeachment determination in the end. So whatever the House and the Senate ultimately determine, I mean, they can make constitutional law too, and they can determine whether private conduct is or is not out. And if they say, and with these hypos, I mean, and we can go down the road of the hypos and they'll get worse. I'm
Backup to the
confident.
backup, to use Justice Gorsuch's term, would be the infamous, but you don't need a conviction.
Right. No, absolutely. And of
And
course.
that seems to solve answer a lot of the difficult typos, correct?
Correct, but the reason I want to spend at least a moment answering some of the hard hypos is not because I'm a masochist. It's just because those are got to be the answers under I&M.
Your answer is that those are funneled to the impeachment process.
That's right, and that's the
So
way
why-
I&M has worked for 150 years, and I think it would continue to work. It hasn't proven a problem in practice, but I'm not resisting very hard the backup to the backup on that because I don't think we're close. And of course, look, all of these are hard questions, which is all of the reasons why it's kind of crazy to decide this on an emergency application.
Yes, well, there are a million hard questions in this case, and it is an emergency application, and very difficult questions, either no precedent or very conflicting or very uncertain body of precedent. But there are two things were decided by the lower courts. One, that what I just explored, the district court said it's got to be in-office conduct, nothing that happened before person took office counts. And then the D.C. Circuit said that your client had a property interest in her office, and therefore a due process right. Is that right? She had a property interest in being a governor on the Federal Reserve Board?
So I think there's a perfectly reasonable argument for that, but I also think that there's a better argument that's a constitutional avoidance argument. And what the D.C. Circuit did in a per curiam opinion is sort of an example of what happens when you're trying to rush all of this, which is you jump right to a constitutional holding when there may be a perfectly good constitutional avoidance statutory holding there. And I think we've now had a couple of months and a bunch of amicus briefs to ventilate some of these things.
No, this is not Davos.
And I think you get with that
the Supreme
ventilation,
Court
you get an
hearing for,
understanding that there
Lisa
is a
Cook
very
and the
good
authority of
statutory
the
argument, and I
president
do want
to
to talk
fire
about
some Fed members, but it would also set precedent
basis for
for a lot of other government officials.
Consider these arguments in the first instance. If you aren't prepared to defend the due process argument and perhaps your frontline argument on that things that happen before employment are categorically and always off the table. If those two decisions,
I think today's move just kind of highlights that.
Issued under
Beston's point
a
that
time
it wasn't
constraint
all about
might
Greenland.
have some
I mean,
flaws.
Greenland gave us a little extra
I shouldn't go
volatility,
back to
EU trade
reconsider.
drama, and all
You've
that.
advanced
But
a lot of new arguments.
again, the
So have your
bonds
friends on
and
the
some of
other
the
side.
other danger
So it
zone
should go
levels, I
back.
think
It
that's
should just
coming
not
into
go
play.
back with an emergency stay being granted, which is an extraordinary relief that depends on my friends on the other side showing an extraordinary burden of irreparable harm and showing that they have a likelihood of success on the merits. And I think likelihood of success on the merits in this
ASML
context
now.
doesn't mean just a likelihood of showing that the two grounds that were seized on in the quick briefing below are wrong, but that they're actually right. And I think the briefing here has done two things. I think it showed that we're right. I'm not abandoning my frontline arguments, but I love my backup arguments. I think they are very strong. And I think it shows the sort of, the problems that happen when you try to decide some of the most important issues of constitutional law in this kind of rushed way.
Can I ask you about the mandamus question? Why isn't mandamus the appropriate avenue here?
It is an appropriate avenue at the end of the case. Even at the end of the case, though, I think, and this is consistent with what Professor Bray says in his article, even at the end of the case, I don't think you have to leap to mandamus. I think you can have a declaratory judgment
Well,
first.
let's put the declaratory judgment issue aside because we can talk about mandamus for a second. Assuming there is such thing as a preliminary injunctive relief for mandamus, which I'm going to ask you if that's a thing, first of all. And second, if it were,
The bonds chilled out a
wouldn't the
little
standard
today,
you'd have
but
to show likelihood of success
still not safe.
be the likelihood of success under the mandamus standard?
So a couple of things. I mean, I don't like hearing preliminary mandamus any more than Judge Friendly did.
No.
I don't think it's the right way to think about it. I think it's preliminary relief to preserve the status quo, or if you want to be more specific, preliminary relief to preserve a de facto officer in their office while the case proceeds. And that is a
Yeah, that's why the Supreme Court's making such a big deal about it. They asked it earlier
those two buckets are. I'm
about,
not
well, you know,
sure I'm
pretty much what
familiar with the
happens
third one
if
you're
the next
describing.
administration,
What I'm describing is
10
a
years
preliminary
from now.
injunction.
So what
I'm
they
saying it's
decide
not
does
preliminary
have those
mandamus. It's
implications.
Wouldn't it
Lunar
have
and those
to
space
be that
stocks
way
are going
if your
down.
cause of action were mandamus?
And then
let's just
order of
suppose
Trump's
that's what
Board
it
of
is.
Peace posted in Federal
It would
Register.
be preliminary injunctive
Our
relief
Super
because you have
Chad Douglas,
likelihood
good
of
morning.
succeeding on under the mandamus
living, baby?
standard. I would have thought.
Well,
Shout out to long
perhaps.
term.
I mean, two things about that.
Today's a
One
good
is,
long term
I'm
day,
not
right? Even
sure
yesterday, your
in
long
this
term shouldn't
kind
have
of
gotten
mandamus
smacked too
posture,
hard.
I don't think
But
I
now you
agree
got
with General
fucking intel
Sauer
just
that
taking
the
over.
standard is the
One
standard you
long
have
term
in like
at
the
a
Cheney
time.
situation. I do think this kind of original mandamus as the remedy in this particular situation.
Greer says
I would
unsure
resist
whether
the
US and
idea that
China
that's
could
sort of
reach
the standard,
comprehensive
more
trade
appellate
agreement.
mandamus standard. That's a debate. Even with all the briefing we've had, we haven't had a good chance to really duke it out on that. But I would say that's part of the reason I resisted the idea that you have to go to mandamus, because I do think you would have declaratory judgment. I do think declaratory judgment.
I asked you to put that aside for the moment.
No, and I tried to as long as I could.
All right.
But
Then I
to
give
answer
up.
your-
Okay.
Then to answer your question, I really had to get to declaratory judgment. I would like to say this is an issue the D.C. Circuit has thought a lot about. And there's a particular case worth reading, the Swan against Clinton case. And that's a case where
So
they
get ready
kind of
to 10 minutes
wrestled
till
with
Euro
this
close.
question
I mean, all we've
about,
done is gone
can you-
straight up
we
to the
have
highs of
mandamus
yesterday.
against the
You're
president,
like a little bit above
at
it.
the end of the day, can you direct the president?
But
And
ever
there's
since
a
then,
great
we've kind of
concurring
chilled.
opinion by Judge Silberman, where he basically
Again,
said,
70%
look,
of stocks are in the
judiciary
green today.
is creative
Russell
and
is
clever enough
barely
to figure
above the
out a way
NASDAQ.
to fashion injunctive relief against the lower federal officials. And that solves the problem about having the relief run against the president. And the reason that the D.C. Circuit has wrestled with that in a couple of contexts, and I think the Chief Justice alluded to this, if they were really right about that, then you'd have to wrestle with this at the beginning of the case as to whether there's any redressability at the end of the case. And in the Swan case and even in the Severino case, the D.C. Circuit has said there's not a redressability problem. We can figure out a way to direct the relief at the lower government officials, and that will be sufficient under the day.
And that happens at the end of the case, right? After the whole thing has been litigated and some court, perhaps even this court, decides the removability question. The president does not, we would say,
Toyota
have
and other
the right
Japan
to remove
automakers
her,
to share
and then
chip
we go to
data as
remedy,
supply
and the
risks
question
grow.
is there a mandamus or not?
And then EU and
The
India
reason why
agree to
I
sign
thought
new defense
mandamus
partnership.
wasn't on the table right now is because
Ooh,
we're
Iran
not there.
got knocked.
We're in the middle of the case. No one has made a definitive determination about the president's right to remove her. The question now is just in the interim, while that issue is being litigated, what happens? And that's about the equities. That's about whether it's going to be more harmful to leave her in the position.
I enjoyed
than
yesterday.
not.
Even this morning
That's
was kind
what
of
I thought
fun.
this motion was about.
It was good to see that
I mean,
Trump.
I think that's
and
right,
then
but
seeing
it's
some people,
specifically about
because like
whether
you guys
get some
realize,
sort of
some people
preliminary
called it out.
injunctive relief
They're
to
like,
preserve the status quo
this
and keep
speech
the
is so
de facto
boring.
officer in place.
I'm
And I
on
do
a
take
delay.
Justice Gorsuch's question, which is
And
at the
then
end of the
literally
rainbow,
they
all there is
proceeded to stay
mandamus,
for an
and you
hour.
can't have mandamus against the president.
So
then
yeah,
at
I don't
this
know,
point,
man.
you'd say,
I
what's your
think,
likelihood
if
of
you let it
success at
work
the
you up,
merits?
it'll work
And you would
you up,
say
but
there's no likelihood of success in the
it's
merits.
also
But I
kinda
think,
fun to
as I
see.
alluded to,
But
even
dude,
before
long
that,
term,
you'd say, is there any
no, long term. I
redressability?
wish there was a little bit more trades, but some of the plays we made yesterday
you
did
have no
good.
likelihood of success on the merits.
Some
you
plays
just
in
have
the
no
morning
remedy.
slipped,
You would
but
win
they're
on the
kinda coming back
merits.
right
The
now.
merits are that the president wasn't supposed to remove you, but you would lose because there's nothing lose ultimately in terms of not having a remedy, right?
Well, I mean, you could
Oh,
draw
I
the
thought you were
distinction
posting
that way.
that
I think
address
if you
by
have no
mistake. You
remedy,
can email
then
it
you
to me.
probably have the redressability problem at the front end, which is why the D.C. Circuit has addressed this on a number of bases. These are not emergency application decisions. These are decisions of the D.C. Circuit. They obviously don't bind this court, but they are the considered judgment of a court that's dealt with, with all the removals there have been, and there haven't been a lot of them.
Can't
but with
listen
respect
to a
other
boring
officers.
argument for
I
an
know
hour.
it's
You
legitimate
probably
authority.
shouldn't
What
trade.
would judicial review in this
True.
context look like?
And I mean,
this
last
is
time we
not a
listened to
question
one of
about
these,
what
it
the
literally
standard
set
is.
the groundwork
It's more a question about
for all the drama with the
Is there
and the
a kind
odds
of
for
deference
everything
to
else.
give to the president?
for
How
the,
does
other
that
tariff
deference
case.
operate, whatever the
Because you guys heard it
is?
last time with the
Sure.
tariff
So I
case.
would
You like watched it
divide
kind of
between
crumble
sort of factual
in real time.
questions and legal questions. As to the factual questions, I would say that there's going to be a degree of deference, and the degree of deference
That house looks good if you
depends
could get
on
it
the
cheap.
degree
It
of
hasn't been sold in
process
10
that's
years.
provided. So if the president wants to go full
It
task,
just might be hard to sell
I
because
don't
it's kind
think
of,
the
you know,
courts are gonna be in a
upstate.
position to second guess.
But then I don't like how it's off a main road.
If the president wants to do
Houses on a
something
main
more
road
informal,
are very hard to sell.
He's entitled to do that, but then I would think there'd be more of a scope for, you know, having more hearing, more process in the judicial forum. On the question, the legal question, I would say in a post-Loper world, there's no deference to the legal questions, and the courts are going to have to decide ultimately what are the boundaries,
No, I
the
mean,
metes and bounds
it's up to you
of
guys.
for
You guys could
cause.
do whatever you
And the only
like,
other thing I
but,
would add
you know,
is
just like last year,
think
the
that you're
stuff
gonna
that
want
we've been
to
kind of trying to
erect
hammer home
meaningful standards
is
of
keep
cause,
yourself in the game.
because, you know,
You
there's
know,
kind of two
like you guys
options.
realize when you buy
either have
something
judicial
high and it
review
goes
that spends a
down
lot of
even
time
more,
looking into
it's fun when it goes
pretext
up,
of
but
president.
if
And
you
that
know
just
you keep
doesn't
buying
seem like a
expensive
good
stuff,
thing for the courts, for the
it's
president,
going to
or
kind of
anybody.
deteriorate your
Or you could
motivation to
erect
keep going
relatively demanding
versus, you know,
standards
get a
of
good deal,
cause, and
get
that's
something
gonna,
at
I
a fair
think,
price.
obviate
I
the
mean, you're only
need
making
for
one
that
move a
kind of
month, if
pretext
that.
inquiry.
Yeah, so
You know, and if
General
it,
Sauer's
make it count,
version
it'll go a
of
long way.
cause,
Like
which
just,
is
you know, most of
it's
the time I
not
feel like
policy,
people
it's
are
something other than
limiting
policy.
themselves with what they could buy, and then they just want to
Why
do
isn't
something.
that the backup to the
So
backup
I mean,
to
again,
the backup?
Netflix we're in a very
Well,
low
because it would
price.
kinda destroy
I
the whole
think they're a
point
great
of having
stock.
an
I mean, just like
independent central
Intel,
bank and
but
the
I don't
Fed,
think I'd be
and
buying
it
them
just seems to
after
me like at some
you know
point,
they've ran
we're
up several
all here on the
100%.
assumption for this case that the Fed is a uniquely structured institution with a distinct historical tradition.
Zillow on the wall.
And so if that's true, and then you tick through the statute and you see all the things that Congress did, I mean, including, you know, Congress wasn't just trying to take the Fed and keep it from sort of being unduly influenced by the president when it came to rates right before an election. It did the same thing to itself by limiting the power of the purse over this institution. And then you go through and, you know, just every provision of the statute is trying to treat this unique institution differently. And then at the end you have for cause, which, I mean, could mean what General Sauer says, but if it means what General Sauer says, then the whole enterprise was a lot of trouble for nothing.
On the
Amen, baby.
future,
Time to rebuild the long term now.
judicial review.
So stay, just make sure at the very
what
least
that
follow the
looks
trading
like.
fraternity.
Would the
Because we are
witnesses
rebuilding our long term after
testify
getting the
in
farm,
court,
but
or is it done
I love it.
on the record established by
Hopefully
the
y'all getting
executive
good deals
branch, or
on
does
these
that
cribs.
Maybe depend.
I would say it
Let's see,
depends
where's our
on what
fidelity?
kind of process was provided by the
But
executive.
yeah, man, this
And
is
look,
the part I keep saying to
agree with
people.
General Sauer. This court's
Because
not
like,
gonna
bro, I
dictate,
remember
like,
2020,
here's
the
Robert's
long term was
rules,
at
you know, have at it.
$30,000.
But I think this
And you
court
know, we
can
got
do
to build it
something
up
useful,
to
which is
literally a
essentially
couple
create an
hundred grand,
incentive
and then we
for
turned
the
it to a farm.
executive to provide
So like I'm
something
saying, man,
that's
this
a little bit
this
more,
rebuild is a
protective,
very
a little
very
bit
good idea,
closer to
and I
task
think
than
some of you have a very
something
unique
incredibly
opportunity
informal.
to double dip and
sliding
get an opportunity to
scale is
rebuild your long term,
extraordinarily
especially if you bought a
unhelpful.
house or if you
What is
just
the
delayed.
minimum
Huh.
that the executive,
It's
in your
great.
view, has to provide? The minimum type of hearing that you think is required by this statute?
So the
Yeah, Vic's back below
minimum
17,
hearing, I think,
way
would have
below
three
20.
components. One is notice.
I still think
and
things are
that's really not
lingering,
much of
but
an issue here.
I mean,
agree
again,
with
you did
that.
have Trump
The
saying the
second
market's
is an
going to double
opportunity to
and other
provide
things,
evidence
but
to
they
the
walked back a lot of
decision
it. Now you just
maker.
got to
We
deal
don't
with the
think that
dollar and the
happened
bonds.
here. And then the third thing is some effort to keep the final decision maker from prejudging the issue. And part of the problem you have in this particular case is that I think the
Speak of the
president
devil,
was
dollars on the
proceeding
high.
on the understanding of the statute that's faithfully represented here by the Solicitor General, which is he wasn't acting like a removing authority that was subject to any due process. Because if he were sort of subject to that, he wouldn't have said in his opening tweet, "You must resign," and he wouldn't have said 2 days later, "Resign or be fired."
So does that mean it has to be a body of disinterested decision makers?
No.
People who are not part of the executive branch and can exercise independent judgment that way? No? Then what does it require?
It requires just what I said: notice, an opportunity to provide evidence, and a decision maker who hasn't prejudged the issue. That decision maker can be the president. I mean, I'm not sure I'd necessarily recommend it as my choice A, but
how can it not be the president? The statute authorizes the president to make the removal decision. How could it be anybody else?
Well, look, I mean, if you believe in the unitary executive theory, then anybody that makes the removal decision is acting on the president's power. I think it would work. I think the way it worked for Taft is the tribunal made a recommendation and then Taft executed it.
Right.
So it was the president making the decision.
The president has to make the decision, right? Or delegate it to somebody who he wishes to make that decision,
Yes.
who's reportable to him.
Yes.
Okay.
At will.
At will. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, and the president can be the final decision maker, but if he's going to be the final decision maker, and there's a due process right, and I mean that statutory or constitutional, then he needs to be a little bit careful and say these are the allegations. He can't start by prejudging the issue by saying resign.
Mr. Clement, your understanding of for cause, you went through hypotheticals with Justice Alito about how it doesn't cover pre-office conduct. What about conduct in office that doesn't relate to the discharge of the office? Like, what if you take some of Justice Alito's examples, but it's like Nazi videos while the governor is in office, or things that would be misdemeanors
Bro, you just say
rather
Nazi
than infamous
videos?
crimes like shoplifting, stealing things, domestic abuse. Would those things be cause for firing, or they don't really seem like impeachable offenses necessarily?
So
a guy
I don't
is
think
trying to sell
those
you. You're
would
trying to
be
sell a car,
removable
and
offenses
he's
under
offering you 1
INM.
ounce silver bars.
So I don't think they would be removable offenses under
that was a
for
wild
cause properly
hypothetical.
construed.
So there's
EU
nothing that
expected
the
to probe
president can do to get
Netflix
rid of someone
on
who does
WBD
those
deal.
kinds of things while in office.
I would do it at
some of the
$50
things
an
we're
ounce.
Talking about, it seemed like better grounds
So
for
however
like an
many silver
intervention
bars, but
than
tell
for
him
removal.
just like it's up to you,
and
whatever
so-
price you want,
with
but
others, but-
that's the risk you're going to take.
Absolutely.
Because if you
Absolutely.
value the
I'm
silver at $90 an ounce and then it goes down,
I'm
you're
gonna
screwed.
fall
Yeah,
back
and
on
then
my
you have to
answer,
verify
which
that
is,
it's real.
That's my
So
understanding.
you got
I
to
think
do
it's
that
actually
deal at like a
everybody's
coin shop
understanding
and
of
probably
how
pay them a
INM
fee.
works.
Unless
But
you
that
know how to
doesn't-
do
it doesn't
it.
say
You can like
INM,
take water.
So
see if it
I
floats.
appreciate
You
your
gotta,
argument
like, you
that
gotta do a
INM
lot
and
of
for
things.
cause are one and the same, but you also kind of pull in and your fallback some sort of like gerrymandered things like infamous crimes, but you don't have to have a conviction. So it doesn't say INM.
So a couple of things. One is, I'd resist. Gerrymandering's generally not a compliment. So I would sort of say that what we do is we bring in the common law, and that's what we do. And I really didn't try to gerrymander it beyond that. But let me make the argument, which I really.
Can I just ask one clarifying question? I thought the common law though required conviction.
It did, and that would be our sort of frontline backup position, if you will. But the happy thing for me, I think, is at this stage of the case, we win
40K?
under all these variations, and ultimately,
I think it's just on the road. That's the only thing that sucks about that one.
Is going to ultimately say these are the meats and bounds of for cause. Now, I think
what's
I
the
have some
goal?
pretty
Rent
good
it out
arguments
or
that
flip
it? Really
it?
is
It'll be hard to
just
flip.
INM plus ineligibility.
I don't know
as
what the
kind of
rental's like
informed
out
by
there.
Section 244. And let me just give you my best shot at it, which is this is the very unusual situation where we know that Congress was literally waiting for this court's Humphreys executor decision. And then it gets Humphreys executor's decision, and this court in Humphreys executor at least 3 times uses for cause and INM interchangeably. And then the senators themselves in the debate, and I got to look at debate, but I think even Justice Scalia looks at debates for original public meaning. The senators in the debate use the terms absolutely interchangeably. And so you have 2 of the 3 branches of government, original public meaning, saying for cause, different words, but what it means is INM. But I do think it must, you got to make sense of Section 244 of the statute, which does provide a very specific eligibility requirement. And as I said before, I think if some Fed governor was insisting that they also wanted to be a director at Chase National, they could be removed for cause for that.
Okay.
Do you think that there's a way at this posture of dealing with this case so that we don't have to confront the question of
I would stop posting your addresses in the chat, brother.
Is there a way to deal with it at this stage without having to ultimately say that? Sure, there'd be a lot of different ways to do that.
You not just watch what everybody
says.
You see me play a Trump clip?
One way to
So
come at it would
I'd
be
be
to
very
say,
careful.
at a minimum, for cause doesn't mean apparent misconduct or gross negligence. And I think that would be sufficient to decide the case, at least at this juncture. And I think you could say something more. Obviously,
it's hard to understand what they're talking about. It's because
it means
you just want to
INM
short
plus
sandwich,
eligibility
brother.
is informed by Section
I understand.
244.
I don't think to run it hot theme, I wouldn't really be focused on what to short as much as what to buy this year.
The conduct that's at issue here is either INM or ineligibility.
couldn't we also resolve it?
No,
by
I
not
wish
even
I kind of want to
going
go back
the
to law
likelihood of
school, bro.
success on the merits
You
element?
guys know
You
that
have
I would have been a lawyer, so
preservatives
I don't
of
know.
all
It's
of
a little
them
easier for me to
to get a
understand
stay,
this. And then my
and
girl's
we
a
could do it
lawyer,
unharmed,
but
right?
at the same time,
Sure.
I
mean,
love
I-
the law,
look, it's
bro.
emergency
But you know, the
application,
law
you
is just a
deny it
bunch of
without
demons,
opinion.
right?
I mean, that would
You
be a
know,
little
like
strange at this
Lucifer's
juncture.
a fucking lawyer.
But
You know, there's
it
a
is-
lot of
it is an
spiritual realm shit
extraordinary
in law.
application,
But like, yeah, bro, I'm
made
very.
on a preliminary
I like the
record.
law. I
And
think that's
so,
what I think
you
that's our
sort of have
problem.
A lot of
y'all
optionality
keep
at this
blaming
point. But I will say this.
culture
I mean,
and the
you know, I do
liberals
think
and all this
the
other things
briefing
for
in
things
this-
that have happened.
in this-
I would
in this
argue it all
court, which
started
was,
with
you know, sort
the
of
judges and
unusual.
lawyers.
You had the application
When I say
briefing,
acquittal
then you had a
after
McGee,
acquittal.
then you had this
Have any of you
supplemental
seen the
briefing.
movie
I think it's been
with Al
incredibly
Pacino
helpful in
and Keanu
expediting some
Reeves,
of these
Devil's
difficult
Advocate?
questions. I mean, you know,
should,
I've
you
looked
should
at
watch
almost
that.
all of these common law cases. I have a different view than General Souter.
Denmark rejects Trump's demand to
Sauer,
negotiate
on
takeover
some
of
of these
Greenland.
questions.
So watch out, we might start to
and,
dump
you know,
here.
in particular, I think it's very
So think
important.
about it.
I want to get this out. That
Trump
if you look
starts
at
saying
Shurtleff,
we'll
one of the
negotiate,
things at
diplomacy,
Shurtleff,
all of that, and then it rips. And then right now, Denmark is saying they reject it. That's coming out right now.
And he says that as long as there's certain causes, statutory restriction for certain causes, that's the term he
Yeah, bro,
uses,
that movie,
then there's
he
notice in a
explains
hearing.
it. It's like,
He
I
said
mean, I don't want to
7
spoil
common
it,
law
but
cases.
at the
Now, if you
ending
look at
scene,
those
that's
common
what
law
they talk
cases,
about.
3 of the 7
At
just
one
say
point,
for
there was
cause.
more lawyers in law
And 2
school
of them
than
say
lawyers.
good behavior, which is
And
even
now
less.
think about it,
And
30
then
years
2
later,
of them have a more
oh, man.
specific cause.
But yeah,
So
it all
that's, to
starts
me,
with
the
the law,
best
bro.
contemporaneous evidence that we're actually right about the issue, that if it just says for cause and it doesn't say for a particular kind of cause, you get notice and an opportunity for hearing. But that's the kind of thing you can
Yeah, a little bit of
excavate
volume there. Again,
on full
Denmark
briefing on the
rejecting
merits that I don't think you
Trump's
can
offer.
in an application.
Thank you, counsel. I guess I get back to where I kind of started, and all this description, these are all sorts of legal issues. You don't have anything more to say on the facts, right? It was an inadvertent mistake. I don't see how you can say anything more. We've had broad range of discussion on the legal issues. Now, it's very helpful for us to have lower court decisions on those, and maybe that's reason enough. But again, I guess I don't quite understand what sending it back would be for, other than airing of the same sort of issues that we've been airing this morning.
Well, I'm not going to
Microsoft
resist
on the
too
low.
hard
Trump
you deciding
Davos
this on a
speech
more
being
substantive
reviewed
ground that gives
quite
my
nicely.
client
I think
sort
Trump's
of,
back
you know,
live again.
relief that's more enduring at this stage. But I will say that, another one of these like great common law cases is the Street Commissioners of Hagerstown, which happens to be the case
Where's
that
homeboy?
Black's Law uses for its definition of cause.
Oh, they ended it.
And one of the things it specifically says there is, like, even if you don't think the due process
Yeah, they
that
only have a
notice of
3-minute
hearing
one.
is going to amount to much, it's still an error not to give it, and we're still going to essentially not allow this removal to happen because there wasn't notice and an opportunity for a hearing.
So it may not be an error to go through the process of your client coming in and say it was an inadvertent mistake. Since it was inadvertent, I don't have much more to add to that. And the argument on the other side being what the president said, well, I think this is a serious enough mistake, and so that's why I'm removing her.
There's only so
Damn.
much I can say to
That's
resist
low-key
the
a dagger.
idea that,
That was like when we were listening
think
to the
this
other
was
one.
At most an inadvertent mistake. We would have liked a more, a sort of opportunity to do that and present our actual evidence, which would have substantiated that. But we also think at the end of the day, inadvertent mistake isn't like very close to for cause, particularly when you understand the unique nature of this institution.
What is your actual evidence that would substantiate the fact that it was an inadvertent mistake?
I think the fact that there's an attachment to one of the applications that describes it as a vacation home. And that's not.
We've got that too.
I understand, but the president didn't. And it seems to me that usually when there's a procedural omission, one doesn't say, well, at this point we got everything we need, so forget the procedural omission. I mean, again, I'm not really going to resist that, especially if you're going to, say you're with me on the substance. But it does seem to me if you want to reserve judgment on the substance or you want more briefing on the substance, you could say, and this is that whether it was constitutional due process or statutory due process, I think this is the gist of the D.C. Circuit's decision, is like at a minimum you didn't get the process you were supposed to, so the government doesn't get this extraordinary emergency stay.
Justice Thomas?
Okay, there's another one.
Just so I'm clear, for you to prevail, we would have.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back.
Justice Thomas.
But there's
I think
another.
you could
He's
really
going live right now.
Take any definition of cause that we've been sort of batting about, with the exception of General Sauer's definition, and we would prevail. I think the only, and I do think the definition that's presented to you by the president is a pretty extraordinary one, because, you know, General Sauer's a very careful lawyer. So in his briefs,
Is my
doesn't
girlfriend
talk
in
about
the
mortgage
tarot
fraud.
cards?
He talks
Yeah, I
about
recharge
apparent
her
mortgage
crystals
fraud.
every night for
And
her.
when you're talking about apparent misconduct as
No,
opposed
man, what
to
the fuck do you think
actually
this is?
found misconduct, that A, doesn't get for cause, and B, it sort of is advertisement that you have a process failure. And so the fallback then is or gross negligence.
This one's just
so
too
one way
quiet,
to think
bro.
about this is if the standard of for
All right, I'm gonna keep listening to the Supreme Court until I get a headline
What
from
is
it.
your,
But yeah, you're going down ever since the Greenland
if it's
rejection.
not the equivalent of INM, what are some of the other standards that you would apply that would be sufficient for you to prevail?
So I think the single best reading of the statute is
You're a
INM
liberal
plus
communist, but you're not
ineligibility as
insane.
informed by
And you have a
Section
long-term?
244 of the statute.
Wow.
I think
I don't
then
think
my
you're a good
fallback would be
communist,
that
but
you
I'm
pick
glad
up
you
the
have a
common law,
long-term.
And if the common law makes you uncomfortable because of Justice Alito's hypos, you could tweak the common law. But you would then be tweaking the common law. And All
right, back to VWAP.
That's why, honestly, at the end of the day, although it's uncomfortable for a few moments to answer some of those hypos, you always have impeachment as the backstop. And we had...
I mean, he might be a good
what was it,
communist.
90
Low key,
years,
the
plus
best
if you go
communists
back
get
to
rich.
The Interstate Commerce
That's how you
Commission
do
in
it.
1887, almost
Ask
150
ask
years with
Maduro.
INM,
Shit, ask
and this thing is
Ilan
really
Omar.
in practice.
Justice Alito?
Yeah, we're
Do you
very
think
happy to
that
be on
we
Trump's
should
board of
decide
peace.
this case on the factual
Yeah, so this is
ground
live. It's
that, what
shitty audio, bro.
is shown by the materials that are before us shows nothing more than gross negligence, which is insufficient. Should we make that factual finding in the first instance? I understood your answer to be, you should do that if you're going to find in favor of me, but you shouldn't do it if you're going to find the other way.
I'll stand by that answer.
Really? That's your answer?
That's my answer. I think it would be a little irregular, but this whole case is irregular. And if that seems to be the path of least resistance to decide this case in a way that is going to essentially obviate the need for this court to decide it again in a couple of years.
Okay, now get ready. Watch everybody who hasn't made a comment in the last hour start to make comments.
And the president, and I hear you have a strong leader in Ethiopia.
I'll
too.
turn it
I
up a
don't
little bit.
know
It's
him
quiet.
As well as I know you, but he's a strong guy. And I'm going to try bringing the two of you together, see if we can make a deal. I appreciate that. I think he understands me, right? I think he understands English better than we do. Okay? You know, a lot of these guys that don't understand, they understand it very well. But I think we'll be able to do something about the dam. The dam's a big problem, but we'll be able to do something. Most
Ready to
importantly,
watch the
great
latest
leader,
video.
great
First
guy.
link in the description.
And
now we get up to date with all
we're
the moves
there for
we
each
made,
other.
but
We've known each other.
I think
right
last year was a
from
very
before
nice
Hillary.
template
It
to
was
follow,
before Hillary.
and
We
it was
met
very simple.
during the
We did just
campaign
make a movie
with
a couple days ago.
Hillary, and we met at a hotel. She was supposed to meet with the president, and I was supposed to meet. I went first, and after he met me, he didn't want to meet her. And I said, I like that guy. But we've had from that moment on, that was before the election. Yes. We've always had a great relationship, and it continues stronger than ever. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Press. We have committed to being permanent members of the board of peace.
Well, we're going to have a lot. We have a lot of great people that want to join. It's going to be the most prestigious board ever formed. The president is a member. We have major countries, and some need parliamentary approval, but for the most part, everybody wants to be on. I have a little bit of the opposite problem. People want to be on, and we didn't ask them. They want to get on, but we'll look at the country. So we're going to have. I think it's the greatest board ever formed, and we call it the Board of Peace. That's what it is. It's the Board of Peace, and it started on Gaza. And I appreciate what you said on Gaza, because it's true. If we weren't involved, there'd be no peace. It's peace. We have peace in the Middle East now, and you might have Hamas. We have a little flame here and there, but basically that'll be taken out. If they don't get rid of the guns, then then they will be very unhappy people. You know, we'll have no choice. They will be eliminated. They made a deal to get at. You have Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have to do something there. And, they're causing a lot of problems, but those are small. We actually have peace in the Middle East, and the president was very instrumental. He really helped us, one of the most. And we've had great help from a number of countries, but Egypt has been great. The president's been great. And we have peace in the Middle East. It's an amazing thing. Nobody thought we'd ever see that. Now, I would say if we didn't bomb the Iran nuclear plant, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 months. You would not have peace in the Middle East. You wouldn't be able to. Nobody would be able to do that. But that's what gave us peace in the Middle East. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Everyone, thank you, press.
What prompted you to take military off the table for Greenland?
Thank you, Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We'll all see what happens. The military's not on the table. I don't think it'll be necessary. I really don't.
Yeah, market likes
I
it
think
every time he
people are
says
going to
that.
use better judgment. They'll use their best judgment, and I don't think that will not.
Yeah,
be
that's hitting the
necessary.
wire. Those are coming through right now.
Thank you,
Algo's even
Thank you.
responding.
Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, press.
Someone ask another question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
So my wife went to see the film.
Alrighty. Well, we could go back to the Supreme Court thing, but I'm down to take a little break off of it. See, I'm telling you, I just keep coughing and sneezing, bro. But what up, Chad? What a day today. I still think we got to deal with the bonds. There's a couple things from the weather. Again, that's where I got UNG up. I mean, people have been talking about that lately. Otherwise, we just got to literally figure out this global bond situation, and then we'll see how the market takes it. But it is using this opportunity of bonds and freak out, I mean, to maybe get some volatility this year. So we'll see. But it's been a pretty wild day, pretty wild start to the week. I mean, it is already what? Today's Wednesday? Isn't that crazy? So this week is almost done. You got a couple more earnings, but let us see, my friends. Let us see. Would I use margin on the long term to invest in safe long terms? No. So I don't know. You guys want to have a talk? Can we have a heart to heart? Would you guys like to have a heart to heart? Because I know there's volatility. Man. But dude, let's talk, because I noticed something today. I think some people are getting impatient. I feel like, and remember, we built our long term very, very nice with a lot of patience. But, I've heard people ask about selling premium today, using margin. All of a sudden, we want to buy stocks that are up a couple 100%. So I'm just telling you, man, the way you're going to win this year is just like last year. I mean, I'm telling you, we killed it last year, and we only made a couple of moves. Again, there was a lot of trades, and some of you even brought up some of the older plays, which, again, I don't think you have the same opportunity. But when it's all said and done, man, I'm telling you, little by little, go for high-quality things, and, you just have to avoid stupid. So think about it. That's what I'm saying, like, taking 5-10 extra steps to try to speed it up and do all these things, that might wind you up into more trouble than not. Again, if you take some risk and it works in your favor, awesome, it's going to be nice. But at the same time, it's like, as long as you make sure you avoid the pitfalls, you are probably going to win no matter what. And I think that's a good idea. Ubisoft cuts full-year forecast as they announce restructuring. And then, ever since Greenland, Denmark rejected it, we have been going down from there. But I'm telling you, bro, just take it slow. Again, I mean, we got to make one play this year, and I hope it gives you an idea of why. I mean, that's why I go watch the first link in the description, because I'm telling you, the theme right now is going to be run it hot. And if it fails, it's going to have if that could create volatility. And then maybe there will be a time where we talk about using margin for the long term. But as of right now, with things at highs and other stuff, I just wouldn't force it. And if you're able to go little by little, I'm telling you, you are going to enjoy it. I mean, that's what last year showed. Last year, you got a lot of temptation. There was good trades, but at the same time, it's like, even if you did not make a single day trade or swing trade, even if you didn't get to capture quantum, space, minerals, metals, you were still able to do very, very good. And then it was able to compound for another year and then set you up stronger coming into this year. So that's what I would say is the key right now. And I'm telling you, whether you fell behind or you feel slow or you feel the pressure, part of really building a portfolio is tuning all of that out. Tune out all the noise, tune out all the dog shit, and just focus on buying and building high quality stuff, and you'll be good to go, man. make volatility great again, I'm down. I don't think you like it because you get a little angry at Trump, but I'd like volatility. I'm down for making volatility great again. I like volatility. I mean, I like it for trades. I like it for picking up names on the long term, but like I'm saying here, I don't know. I'm noticing it, that I think some people are getting antsy. I think people want to really, really do stuff, but it's not about doing a lot. That's the key. The long term, doubling, tripling, growing, compounding. Again, I mean, it's crazy that, the small long term is where it's at right now, but that it was month after month, year after year. And I think all of you have that opportunity to build it. We started every long term at all-time highs. It doesn't matter where the market's at. I know it does feel out of reach, but, ask anybody here, man. I was telling you, people were telling me it was out of reach in 2022, and I was saying the same thing. And then we're higher, and I'm still saying the same thing. It's because it has nothing to do with the market. It has nothing to do with asset prices as much as it has to do with what you do about it and how you handle it. But again, how you handle it is not about chasing. It's not about rushing into it. Just because you make a lot of moves does not mean you're going to make movement, does not mean you're going to advance. So it's like, if you could control the emotions, and that, again, that's one of the Charlie Munger quotes. Because again, I think I'm not saying that all these are necessarily bad ideas, like, selling premium on Intel, using margin to buy something that's down. Like, I could see how these are tempting, but where is it? What did Mr. Munger say? A lot of people with high IQs are terrible investors because they have terrible temperaments. Your temperament, that's a big deal. And then, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yes, and then again, avoiding stupidity is easier than seeking brilliance. That's how you're going to easily do it. So, I don't know. I think I'd set a good set of plays, find some quality, but you're going to move little by little, man. And as long as you could stick to that, and then every time you get tempted, you're not falling for the trap of, blowing up your shit, going backwards, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Just keep taking baby steps forward. I think you're going to enjoy it. Oh, man. See, this is why I had the Supreme Court on in the background.
Decided to go a little further and say something substantive, it might bring all of this to an end.
Please hold.
There's probably some virtue to that. Certainly there's some virtue to that from my client's perspective.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
I want to ask you about irreparable harm. You were just talking to Justice Kavanaugh about the uniqueness of the Fed and its need for independence. And the government, because it has not challenged the removal restriction, for purposes of this case, I think we're all operating on that assumption.
If run it hot is making people anxious, they don't want to miss out, you're not going to. I mean, that's the thing. Like last year, even if you made a couple of moves, you make the right ones, it's almost impossible to miss out. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I think, I don't know how new you are to the market, but I think some of y'all who have been here for a while, and some of you too, some of you have been here for a while and haven't really started on it, but I think the era of FOMO is just over. I don't think you have anything to really FOMO. Because even last year we saw it, right as it seemed like things were going crazy, you had a whole pocket of plays that were actually very, very good. So I do think that's part of it. Temperament, that is part of your temperament. It doesn't matter what is happening, what doesn't happen, what you think is going to happen. If you could kind of keep it at a slow boil instead of getting too hot or too cold, I think you're going to be fine. I think you're going to be fine. I like, isn't that temperament quote good?
Exercised by people that are removable at will.
European benchmark tops 40 a megawatt
outside of his control, and that maybe that's a little circular in the end. But I think it's kind of why this case is, I think, problematic for the government, because they could have come in here and said, FedSmed, it's not that different. This is just like the FTC, and so we're suffering the same irreparable injury as in those other cases. But when they come in and say, no, we're going to accept that the Fed is different, at least for purposes of this case, and that we can't remove somebody just for policy disagreements, then having somebody continuing in office just because you have a different conception of for cause than they do, or than you've been able to persuade a court so far about, doesn't strike me as irreparable harm. And then on the other side of the ledger, I think there are enormous irreparable harms here that really don't have an analog in most of these other situations. I don't mean to denigrate any other agency, But, there's a reason that monetary policy has been treated differently for,
you gave up
these many
half
years,
the game throughout the day.
that the
Did that
markets
sell on
watch
European
the Fed
close?
a little more closely.
Low key,
than they
bro.
watch, really
That was
any
Euro
other
close where we
agency.
started dumping, and then Greenland rejected it
Justice
right
Jackson?
at Euro close.
So you've had a couple questions
Hassett,
about
Trump is disrupting an order. Ooh,
what good is
I
a
wanted to
hearing?
hear this
What
one.
would a hearing
Because
do
again,
in a
even though Hassett
situation
holds a
where
position,
Ms. Cook
you do got to
has
ask
made a
yourself.
statement through her lawyer
You got to
about
ask yourself why he's on a
strict
speech.
That's for
about the
institutions. And for
allegations. I
individuals,
guess I'm
the
wondering,
regulation we have, MIFID, which is supposed to protect them, which is in.
Three top requested deliverables.
I don't know if
for
this is the
bankers
one.
and for citizens themselves that they do not invest in capital
Let me
anymore.
see.
So they should be reviewed a little bit as well. And last but not least, to stay short, education. There is a level of financial education in Europe which is extremely low. This is true in every country. And I would love to see our children learn a little bit, very simple things about finance, savings, and investment in all schools from 12 to 18.
Yeah, you could build out a
I think
view.
it could
It's just going to be
improve a little bit
slower.
the situation.
It'll just be, and it's
Thank you
already
very
slow
much.
with what we're
Very
doing.
useful. Annette.
Yeah.
Supreme Court
Maybe
appears
also
wary
start
of
like
Trump's
what
bid
you
to fire
started
Supreme
of the
Court
why, yeah?
Fed's
We
cook.
need the capital in
That's
to
interesting.
finance the Draghi report.
I wasn't getting that vibe.
So we need this capital for European competitiveness. And
Trump
my
should
list
be
is,
on later
well,
today.
a bit the same.
I
Maybe
believe.
later I speak about pensions, but it's about simplification. Maybe to add to it,
Where's Hassett?
securitization. Or the ability to for more securitization, but my colleague here on the right side will know more about that. And Eurobonds, and one capital market. So it can be more deep and more attractive for institutional capital like ours. We manage pension capital, and I think we're from the Netherlands. So an example of what you're mentioning.
Well, they have so many of these going on right now.
About 1.8 billion. Which is now being managed on the capital markets and in private assets instead of being on saving accounts, because the Dutch, but I think all Europeans like to put their money on the savings. I think the number is 10 trillion. So if we are able to put that money at work for European competitiveness by doing the things you mentioned about pension, I think a funded pension system in all member states, which fits each member state. So I'm not thinking about one European pension system, but facilitating and helping other member states to do something like this with auto-enrollment will be a very...
on the front lines of that innovation as well as leading.
Nope, that's it. I don't know if Microsoft's down or not. It might be. All right, well, let me see. Once we could get Hassett. Damn. 6.1 earthquake in volcano islands of Japan. I made that Charlie Munger one. I just put it in a Gemini. But yeah, man, I've been telling y'all this year, those Charlie Munger quotes I think will help you out a lot. And eventually, it's in a weird way. We've seen the tide come in a couple of times, even last year. That's why I like the volatility, because if, whether it's objectively true or not, if, mother effers want to bring this stuff back in and kind of create this volatility, I think we could benefit off of it. But even if it doesn't, you just got to be wise about it. Yeah, Hassett, I see the 2 Hassett quotes. I just cannot find him. I have like 3 other videos with no Kevin. Where is Kevin? Mr. Kevin Hassett? Hassett? Let's see. They have another one playing. Yeah, I can't find it. If Russia takes over Ukraine, will the market crash? I think you'll see a repeat of what you saw last time. I.e., people would trip out, but it would probably revolve around oil. And then, because again, remember, oil was the big part of inflation. Even right now, as everybody was worried about inflation, you haven't had oil go up. I think imagine this. What do you guys think the data would look like right now if oil was back at $90 a barrel? If that was the case, I think Trump would be having a lot more difficult of a time. He's still having a tough time, with people in the bonds. But, again, inflation virtually on the year is at like 1.5. So if oil was up, that's usually the problem. So if there was a conflict, I think that's what it would revolve around. Let me see, homeboy. Okay, here's Hassett.
He's a little bit wary of breaking that up.
We spoke to Senator Tom Tillis today. Of course, you know him, senior
Of course
member
I
of
do.
the Banking Committee. He said it's not about the person, it's about the process. And he doesn't want to go ahead with the process of the new Fed chair until all the drama with the Powell subpoena is tied up. And he says he's still going to be there for another 347 days until his retirement. So how long do you think this will take?
Well, he's an old friend, and I have very high regard for him. And I understand that is a challenge for some to think logically about, well, is it legit, and so on. But what we need to do is sit back and look at the evidence. The fact is that the overruns at the Fed are so humongous that it's right
Low-key,
for us to
Bitcoin's
investigate,
already
well,
smashed
where did
any
they
of the
come
gains
from?
today. Bitcoin's
Was
going
somebody
lower.
profiting from it,
87,000 on
and so
futures.
on.
Look at that
And,
5-minute candle,
I don't think
30-minute
that
candle.
We've been super
So last 30
happy
minutes,
with
you've given up
transparency
most of that
Fed
rally
on these
today.
matters, and it's unfortunate that a subpoena might be required for them to just
Yeah, you're
own
getting
up
back
what
to
they've been
opening
doing.
candle.
But I really expect that things are going to move quickly.
Which is
because
slightly
everybody wants
higher
this
than when
resolved as
Trump
fast as
started walking
possible.
things
I
back.
know you're a friend of Senator Tillis, and by the way, he's here, so maybe you'll get
So
an
now you're back into
opportunity to
yesterday's
see him
low.
walking around. He's very popular right now in the Congress Center.
Russell is
Have
still
you had
leading,
an
and the
outreach with him
Dow. So
directly
check
about
the
this
staples.
process?
No, I've not had an outreach about the Fed process with anyone other than the president.
Has the president, you think, spoken to Senator Tillis?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay, because he is this key person, and he potentially may hold up the president's pick. Are you prepared for Jay Powell being the chair of the Fed for the rest of the year,
I don't think
potentially?
anyone expects that in the end the president's nominee will have any trouble at all.
I want to end just on the midterm elections. For me, it feels like the president's North Star this year is November 3rd, midterm elections. We heard more about affordability today, but a lot more about foreign policy. When do you think he's really going to start to flesh out more about, will we potentially see a credit card cap? Will we see more
Yeah,
when
the
it
Dow's
comes to
doing
the
really
housing
good, but
market?
that's
Is
not
there gonna be
necessarily all
sort of
staples.
ban with the defense sector buying stock, having
You got
stock
19, it was
buybacks or
22
dividends?
earlier.
Well, one of the things you
19 in the
saw in
green.
the speech was that there are a lot of foreshadowing
And then UNG
events,
started to catch a bid again.
that he suggested were coming soon, including a big housing policy announcement. And I think that, for sure, the economic agenda is really ambitious for the year ahead, and I think that you'll see more of it in the State of the Union. It's something that we've been working really hard on.
So in February, do you think the administration is prepared to call for something, say a housing emergency before the midterm elections?
I don't know if someone would call it an emergency, but I do know that it's really, really terrible what so many people are going through, because the typical down payment in the U.S. because of Joe Biden's inflation has about doubled. So it takes
guys
about
see this as your new
$34,000
Fed
to
chair?
get into the typical home right now, and who has that
Do you
kind of
think
money?
he's in
And
touch
so we
with the
see that
people?
aren't buying
Do you
a new
think he
house until
cares
they're
more
like
about the
40,
average American
and
than
that's
Powell?
just not acceptable to the president. And we've got a whole bunch of policies in line to make housing more affordable, which is a big part of making life more affordable. If you think about how much of the budget that you spend every month is about your house, if we can get that down, then we can really have a big effect. And we have actually already this year, because mortgage rates have come down.
Davos, for a lot of people in the Trump administration, has said to me, this is a place for global elite. As we end here, what do you think the one message the president should make to Americans on why he should be at this event in Davos, Switzerland, one of the hardest places to get to in the world, as you know?
Yes, it was kind of hard to get here, but I could tell you that President Trump believes that he can help the world understand the effectiveness and success of his policies. And this is a place where a lot of people who have advocated pretty awful policies for their countries have been kind of increasing in sanctimony as they've declined in wisdom. And we're here to set the record straight with hard data so people can see what it takes to have a great, wonderful economy. And we hope that every country that's here and everybody represented here listens.
Kevin Hassett, thank you so much for your
Thank
time
you.
today. That was, of course, the National Economic Council Director, Kevin Hassett.
And I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Big thanks to Anne-Marie Hordern with us live from Davos in that important conversation as part of our rolling coverage of the World Economic Forum.
Yeah,
You
that's
and
why
welcome.
Fannie's going up. He said big housing announcement soon. I think, excuse me, I think a lot of people are tying that into Fannie and Freddie, but I don't know if that's a guarantee. You don't think he's the pick? I mean, I would like him more than Rick Ryder, the BlackRock or Blackstone guy. I think that's very odd, but we'll see. But I think Hassett or Warsh. But I do like Kevin Hassett. I think he's I don't know. He just seems very mellow. But then again, I feel like he doesn't get too bullied. I mean, she asked him a couple of questions that were kind of tough, but he kind of knows how to play the line. I feel bad, though. Everybody else just keeps, they keep throwing shade. I agree. You need more data before we could trust them. USA and China? No, none of these matter. All right. You didn't miss much. I mean, literally, in the morning, Trump literally took over the AM. And I don't know, did you guys see the plane turning around? That shit was dramatic. But then Trump made it to Davos. Then he started talking. People liked it when he said he toned down the rhetoric on Greenland. Markets started ripping. And then literally right at Euro close, the Denmark governor or foreign minister said that they're rejecting the U.S.'s offer. And then we just gave up half of the gains of the day. I mean, everything's still green, but I mean, at one point the NASDAQ was up like 1.5. Now you're only up a quarter. SPY's up 0.4. Dow is up by 0.5. And then Russell is up by almost 3/4. And then long term looking good, baby. You're looking for a house with your girl. You got approved $500K loan, 10% down in Illinois, but you don't want to live there. You want a starter home 2-year investment. Well, I mean, would you be down to live in it a little longer? That's what I would do if I were you. I would go anywhere you want, but the real way you're going to really benefit off of your home, I would say, is if you go beyond the 2 years. Because 2 years, you could still make money and it could be a good investment, or you're probably going to turn it to a rental. But I think a plan longer than 2 years is how you're going to really negate some of the negative stuff. Let me see if I could find you guys the picture. Here, I'll play this while I look for it. Oh, I think it's over. I think they took a recess on the Supreme Court stuff. But have you heard about the sellers? We talked about this a little bit last year too. It happened again. But you essentially, you have more houses for sale than buyers. But a lot of people, I think they panic when they see that chart, but it also kind of shows you the opportunity. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, ASTS, Space Stocks, a couple more going down. Fannie and Freddie off those comments. UNG still up. HD and Lowe's surprisingly doing good. I mean, Dow might overtake the Russell if we keep flushing. Google DeepMind reiterates no ads for Gemini. Let's see, what was it called? Home sellers outpace. Yes. So have you guys seen this chart? Have you seen people? Again, I remember early last year we brought this up, but do you see this? So you literally have 1.9 million houses for sale in America, and then you technically only have 1.4 million buyers. So that's literally the biggest gap that it's been at, I think, ever, believe it or not. Again, like 2015 or like 2014 to like 2016, you had the same thing. But here's the key, like usually what happens, and excuse me, and this is why I'm saying I would give it a little bit of time here, because right now this is your opportunity to buy a house. This is your opportunity to get more buying power for you to actually get a better, you guys remember when it was flipped and you had more buyers than sellers, people were paying way more for not remodeled houses. This type of environment, when it flips, you could get like a nice property, good location, updated. Your dollar's gonna go a longer way. But essentially, what happens, it doesn't stay like this forever. So again, you even saw that a little bit in 2019, and then it flips. But it usually takes about like 2 years. So what's gonna happen is that, remember, houses, they don't build them as fast as they sell, even though you have this little gap right now. So what do you look at how much lower of a starting point we're starting from? That's what happens every time this feature starts to happen in the market. And that's what I'm saying. If you could really start to think like 4 years, probably by year 3 or 4, this is going to flip again. And that's going to really help you out, especially if that's when you're ready to sell. But if you're only doing 2 years, I mean, it's going to be a little bit slower. It might level out after that, but I would definitely say about 4 years is the target ownership that you would want on a home right now. So yeah, I would do it. And then again, right now, I would also be very judicial and the type of home you're getting. I mean, if you're going to pay a lot, or if it seems like it's a lot, that the house should be nice. Again, focus on location. That's going to be one of the best things you can do. But as far as areas, where is it? Ohio. I don't know if you want to live in Ohio, but that's still been one of the hottest ones. I could pull up the other stuff too, but like Ohio, places near the border, in like Texas places, you could get good deals, but they also are kind of going through a lot of different things too. So let's see. There's a house being sold, ADU, for $895. Put 5%. My mortgage will be 7%. You can rent it for $5.5 to $5.8. You'll be losing money every month, but ADU, is it worth it? I mean, if you could handle the cash burn, but that's a pretty big loss every month. Like, you know, if it was like kind of closer to break even, I wouldn't mind it. But at the same time, it's not you have to really verify you're going to get that equity out of the ADU. So, because again, ADU is going to take you like 18 months to build, assuming everything is fast and quick. But like we're saying here, it's the market, the favorable market where you become a seller's market, not a buyer's market. That's going to take a couple more years from here. Excuse me. So yeah. But that is a pretty big gap. Let's see, where's real estate? And then, yeah, we're back into the low of the day. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Columbus, Ohio. Ohio just has the best market right now, where you could spend a smaller amount and then still kind of have some of that crazy upside because the houses are a little bit cheaper. Let's see, real time. Oh no, yeah, Jersey's actually taking the lead. So Jersey, Cleveland, Chicago. Actually, Illinois is a decent market. I'm surprised by that. But Illinois started off a little bit weirder, and then Detroit. I've heard a lot of good things about Michigan right now. And then Boston, Charlotte, South Carolina. Or is that North Carolina? Yeah, North Carolina. Everywhere else kind of... actually, even Atlanta, too. Atlanta, Georgia, that got hot there, and then that's chilled out for a year. But again, the thing about this, though, is like if you're trying to... the problem I would say a lot of people make, and this is something I always told everybody, like, you don't want to... especially if you're like, I want to live in the house, you better, like, make sure you want to live in it. Because I don't think you should buy a house and put yourself through hell. AKA, you know, like, I wouldn't want to live somewhere I didn't want to live. So, like, you can make more money and, like, you know, again, I don't live in Ohio, but at the same time, that's some of the best real estate deals. So it's like, if you don't want to live in any of these areas, then, you know, why do you want to leave Illinois would be the big question. Yeah, the Supreme Court thing, they took a recess. And then UNG climbing back up. Yeah, my whole market came back down. Nasdaq's only up by 0.1. Russell and Dow are now matched up, so even that's slipping off. Oh, I'm good, bro. Just a little boogery. There's a boogery and coffee today, bro. They got me, man. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was, dog. 9. I bought 30 shares of KMB. I misspoke on the video. I bought 30 shares on the big account, and then 3 on the small account, and then 2 on Colt Sister. I have real-time real estate data. So I have some crazy real estate stuff, but that's where I'm looking at this right now. Let me show you. And I've showed this to you guys before. Pretty much taking the top 20 areas and then it charts them out, because this is how it played out last year. And this is what I'm saying, like last year you had a lot of places start off red, and then again, anything near the border, anything that kind of looks like a dick, But anything near the border or like that was like really popping during 2021, they all got clapped. But then again, this is Jersey. Jersey found a way to come back. It was leading most of the year. And then this right here is Cleveland. Cleveland, that middle of the year last year, was on fire. Then again, I think Illinois is one of these. So then everything else is just either barely at break even or barely down. Taxes are too high. Yeah, some will make sure if the real estate's good, the taxes aren't too bad. That's the thing, because I don't like Cali for taxes, but then the property tax is really low. So same thing, it's reversal too. Like Texas, you could get a cheap home, but then their property tax is high. So if you really are looking to buy a house and you're willing to move, you might want to prioritize the property tax. And really, it's about the balance between property tax and then ability to gain equity. Alrighty, bro, you're selling off. Now, you could have gap filled to the high side, but now you're more likely to gap fill to the downside today. Hot dog. So yeah, ever since, again, and you guys were here, even if you had like 5 minutes to react to that, but Denmark rejecting that offer, you started to go down. Military PCS is starting early and hot right now, so places near bases are popping. Yeah, that's a good idea. Those usually hold up good. They don't appreciate as much. That's the odd part. Like some of the military base towns, they kind of like top out. But if it's a military base town and then it's near like tourism and other stuff, then those do very, very good. Yeah, SPY. I mean, NASDAQ just flipped red. Excuse me. Hold on.
She can keep her job for now, but the tenets that they looked at this case have longer term implications. Essentially, the writing could be on the wall on what this would mean for her firing at large. And those three questions that the justices were really honing their questioning on has to do with: one, was there sufficient cause to fire Cook? Two, was she afforded due process? And three, what's known as the equities of the case? What are those potential ripple effects? And that's really where we saw the justices dig into the administration's arguments, including Brett Kavanaugh, Joe, who said that he is thinking about the, quote, real world downstream effects and any precedent that this could set, not just for this administration, but any administration down the line when it comes to targeting an entity such as the Federal Reserve.
Well, this tracks with what we heard last May, right? And at the time, Kavanaugh made some remarks, and again in December, that he shares worries that this could undermine the independence of the Fed. At the time as well, remember, the court described the Fed as a uniquely structured quasi-private entity that makes it different from the other agencies. Tyler, does that come down to the heart of the case?
Well, I'm actually glad that you brought that up, because the first line that we heard from Lisa Cook's lawyer, Paul Clement, was that he is arguing that the Fed is a, quote, uniquely structured entity with a distinct historical tradition that goes back to its founding.
I wouldn't sell covered calls on anything on fire, because, like, that's the thing. Like, with the environment, run it hot. If you got some good positions, like, I'm not down, but, like, if you have something that's down and you're still, like, you really are committed to holding it, then yeah, maybe those covered calls will work. But maybe this is a better way, is that if you want to sell covered calls, I would follow the rules that I gave you guys a couple years ago. Make sure it has a lot of time, make sure it's a win-win situation, and that you're actually getting paid to take the risk. The only thing making covered calls a little bit more attractive right now, any sort of premium selling, is that the rates are going down and that they're a lot lower. But I just wouldn't I wouldn't really cap yourself too much. And then you got to ask yourself why. Why do you want to dabble with the portfolio? Again, like, I think, and that's the other part. It's like, I think you could take money right now and really put it to work. And you could buy some really good things while they're still cheap, and you might get a better opportunity cost and longer run benefit out of than, instead of just selling premium, sitting and waiting. The Kenview special meeting to adopt the agreement and plan of merger. I don't have any details on it, but I think it's going to go through. I think the Kimberly-Clark merger is going to be great, and then they benefited yesterday off of the whole the Tylenol doesn't cause problems, but it is a low price. Do you guys know the terms of the deal? It's literally, I think they get like $3 in cash a share, and then you get like 0.85 shares of Kimberly-Clark. So how much is that? So Kimberly's at 100 right now, times 0.85. So you get like 85. You get like 8. Damn, bro. Really? Am I tripping? I might have to do the math, but I think you're getting like $80 a share. Because again, it's just merging. So everybody who owns Kenvue, it's going to switch into every 1 share of Kenvue, you get $3 cash, and then 0.83, 0.85. And then they're also selling off to fund the deal. They're gonna give up rights to like half of certain like international businesses. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a call. What time is it? 9:17. There's a covered call ETF, but I'm not too big of a fan of that. I mean, covered calls are good when the rates are low and stocks don't move too much, but you know, if you have a real good high flyer and it starts to go crazy, like just like Intel. I mean, again, a lot of you guys had the opportunity to pick up a lot of Intel shares. You could have got, you know, with even less than a deposit, you could have got 100 shares. Depending on how big the deposit, but you know, there was a time to get Intel very, very cheap. So I see why people want to sell covered calls on it, but it's also like, you know, if they have good earnings, if things go crazy, if it turns into a SanDisk or a Micron, you're going to really regret it. Just like Uber. We bought Uber at $24 a share. I had covered calls at like 60, but I had to roll that over 3 or 4 times, and it kind of just became a little bit of a nightmare. So it was, again, as long as you put it in a win-win, and you're guaranteeing yourself a lot more money, that's the better way to do it. But it's still, you might want to kind of let it, if it's running, let that shit run and call it a day. And speak of the devil, there's Intel. SPY off the bottom. I mean, NASDAQ back to green. No other headlines since that Denmark shit. Hold on, I'm about to fucking cough attack. Please hold. Netflix.
Thought about this quite a bit. Obviously, I missed the point to sell it, which is when they first got involved in this, right? And some others on the desk did it shortly thereafter.
Yeah, Josh, I think, sold 85% of it the day the deal was, at least the offer, the day the initial offer was announced.
So I think it's important to be very open-minded as an investor. Now, I can either say I missed it, or I can say, okay, here's what the market's presenting to me now. What do I want to do now? Do I want to continue to bemoan the fact that I made a mistake not selling it later, or do I say, hey, I want to raise some cash.
Sell it? We don't sell. Would I build on an empty lot? Not for your first property. So, yeah, it's pretty, I've seen people say that. I wouldn't do that, you guys. I hope the words of wisdom ring true. But for your first deal, I wouldn't dabble with land. I think somebody asked me, they said they wanted I don't know if I responded to it, but please don't do that. They said they wanted to sell their long-term to buy land in Kenya. And I don't know if they were trolling me or not, but, you know, assuming they were serious, I wouldn't do that. You wish you would have sold your long-term at $20? I mean, I just wish you would call it something else, because that's not a long-term if that's the case. I love all of it, exactly how we played it. But if you are selling and you're getting FOMO and temperament problems, I would either call it something that's not a long term, or I would adjust your temperament accordingly. But yeah, that's not the vibe. Not the vibe, my friend. They're talking more about the down detector on Microsoft. I guess they did get clapped. We chill. At least big tech's holding up, though. Yeah, literally Microsoft was doing good, and then they sold off. Then merger? No. So if you own Kenvue, you get 0.8 shares of Kimberly-Clark. So, and then $3 a share. I think you can. Would there be able to be arbitrage? Because then if you buy Kenview, can't you essentially just get Kenview? You could get Kimberly-Clark for $85 a share. Oh, but then you have to add up the price. So, because if you own the Kenview shares plus the $3, your break even's like $87, and then add $17 to buy the share. It'd be about, yeah, you'd be saving like $5 a share maybe. Maybe $3. You just built a house and everything went sideways. The contractor died? Oh shit, bro. Yeah, I don't like building for a first project. Once you get into real estate more, and then you like kind of get it on lock and you know what to deal with, it's not bad, but I don't think I don't think it's a good first property thing. If your LT reaches an amount for a down payment on first home, is it time to start finding a house? Even if it's less than 5 years old? Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. Like, you could still keep letting your long-term grow, but, you know, ideally, one of the best things you could do, I don't know, like, where do you live right now? Like, are you renting? If you live at home, I would run it up a little harder. I would run up the long-term, and you don't need a house just yet. But, yeah. Oh, it's 0.14 shares of Kimberly? Oh, so maybe I misinterpreted it. So then that would be so then you're getting like $30? So I guess 8.5. I misinterpreted it. But yeah, if you live at home, I would run it up. But yeah, like you're gonna be spending money for rent anyways. So if you are renting, and like if you could find a place, you know, think about it, richest man in Babylon, make thy dwelling a profitable investment. If you could find a place that you're gonna live in, and like actually, you know, that mortgage is gonna go towards your equity, I would start looking. I would look. If that's usually the best case scenario, where you could turn your long term into something you'll live in for the next half a decade minimum. I think that'll really start changing your financial situation, and at least everything's going to work for you. Yes, Kimberly is buying Kenview. That was announced end of last year, and then that's really good because that we get to pick up all the products. That's why I kind of like it. Like, have you guys seen Kenview products? So let me show you. This is the beauty. This is why I like it, bro. So look, but this is also the bad part as well, because Kenview, you get the fucking baby formula. So remember, that's why Johnson & Johnson spun them off. It was the ghetto bankruptcy. What do they call it? The Texas two-step. So like Kimberly-Clark may absorb the liability, even though it's kind of old. But you get Listerine, Johnson & Johnson, Nicorette, Neutrogena, Motrin, Tylenol, Aveeno, Zyrtec, Benadryl, Band-Aid, Rhinocort. I don't know what that is. Zarbee's. I think that chapstick. OGX, Orsol. Come on, what else we got? Clean and Clear, Carefree, Lubriderm, Rogaine. You guys you understand? We get Rogaine. You get the brand name Hims, dog. Psst. It's minoxidil, finasteride. What else is there? La Petite, Johnson Adult, Imodium, because we shitting on them, dog. We shitting on them. You know what I'm saying? Shitting on the long term. That's why, bro. So Mike Relax, Dactarin, I don't know what that is, and then Maui Moisture. So that's why I like it, because, and the stock went down because of how they're paying for it, changes their debt a little bit, but that's a very good synergy, because now that I think you get like a net couple $1 billion a year off of that, just off of those products, and I don't think they're going away, and that's going to really, I think, solidify the cash flow. So that's why I like it. I like it a lot. Your uncle is 86. Should you get life insurance? He hasn't been doing well, and you want to help with the burial cost? I mean, I could answer that question, but you're gonna have to be real about it, dog. You really trying to bet on homie's death? Because so I get it. I think burial cost is part of it, but I do think you're trying to go a little further. But you know, people do that. You could buy insurance on anybody, believe it or not. But I don't like life insurance if you're young. If you're older, I think life insurance is a very, very good idea. The Rogaine. Yeah, but that's why I like the Kenview portfolio. And then I like Kimberly-Clark and what they already have. And then you're good to go on the long term. Those are great brands. That's why I said it's not. I think Procter & Gamble has a way better portfolio, but you know, after acquiring Kenvue, you're going to get a pretty nice set of names. I don't use Rogaine, no. I have more self-confidence than that. I gave up on my hairline. You know, I just live free, brother. I live free. I'm not too big of a fan of, like, cosmetics. I like buying them for investments, but I'm not not really the best at that. Huh. I think I'm gonna sneeze again. Please hold.
The underlying message being, don't expect the world to go back to what it was. You know, we are sort of truly in a new era,
yeah, you got
and
that one.
will require a whole bunch of different policies, especially from countries like Canada.
Yeah, Kenvue's payout ratio is extremely high.
Very, very allied with.
That's the only thing I don't like
US,
about it.
On defense, trade, and security matters.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you listen to what the president just said, right? The line was, Canada lives because of the United States.
Remember
Yet
that,
days ago,
Carney.
we saw Mark Carney signing a trade agreement with Beijing. How do we rationalize these two?
Well, I mean, the trade agreement, let's be clear, is quite a limited thing. There were high tariffs that have existed for a while between Canada and China on a handful of things. Canada was tariffing Chinese cars, which it did to follow what the Biden administration wanted. I mean, basically, that was a match of what Biden had done on Chinese EVs, and the Chinese retaliated against Canadian food products, and they've agreed to lower those tariffs. If the question is, how do Canadians react when Trump says things like Canada lives because of the United States? I mean, the answer really is not very well. I mean, Canada's been a partner with the U.S. on NORAD and NATO and all sorts of things. But something that many Americans don't know is that.
All right, man, my bad.
After
Dude,
9/11,
I just sneezing and fucking
when-
boogers everywhere, so I gotta chill for a little bit. No, I don't think it matters that there's knockoffs. Obviously, it cuts into some of the margin, but you know, if everything has knockoff, it's usually because they're in high demand. You know, but every single one of those Kenvue products, it's not really a knockoff. It's just the medical, like Rogaine, you could buy finasteride, minoxidil, like Imodium. I think it's just a chemical Tylenol, acetaminophen. So that's just how it is. But they're gonna usually get some good shelf space amongst all. But like I like it because those are things people are going to keep using no matter what. Like I don't, whether they use generics or not, I think that's still, they're still going to capture a decent amount of that market. I don't know if you guys remember, but Abivacious. So Abivacious, they don't really have like over-the-counter generics that people copy, and that's what it is. It's not a knockoff, it's a generic. That's what it's called in medical. But essentially, we bought Abivacious like right around here. And at the time, Abivacious was so cheap because their number one selling drug, what was it called? How am I blanking on this right now? Holy shit. I blame the boogers. What is it called? The Abivacious one? For fucking inflammation, chronic inflammation. Ask your doctor. Was it Rinvoq? No, it wasn't Rinvoq. Rinvoq's the new one, I think. It might have been Rinvoq. I'm blanking so hard right now. Holy shit. But essentially, they had this drug that they were making all their money on, and then the patent was going to expire so that the generics could copy it. And, you know, fast forward 7 years later, it literally turned into, they're still making billions of dollars. It's not as much as they were, but it didn't hit them off too much. Like, don't underestimate. Like, I mean, can I ask some of you guys, is there some of you who will only use Tylenol? Like, you know, acetaminophen is very in heavy supply. But is there some of you who will only use Tylenol or Benadryl? Like, will you buy like generic Benadryl or will you buy brand name Benadryl? So that's the question. Because you'd be surprised. Some people are actually really like that. Only generic. I like the great value one. I like the Walmart ones. Humira. There it is. Close. Humana's the insurance. It was Humira. That was what it was. Humira was the number one Abivacious drug at the time. Your wife doesn't want anything generic? It just depends for me. Some of them I will go brand name, but then like a lot of them I'll go generic. It just depends what it is. No, Humera, that was the one. Yeah. Sky Rizzy and Rinvok were their new ones that they came out with. What age do you suggest to start life insurance? I mean, when you're about to die. I don't know if that's a good way to look at it, but I see a lot of young guys. I've seen them get scammed by insurance. Like you could, if you put it, was it the term life where you could like borrow against it? Not really the worst idea, but I think if you're early building, I mean, I would just live a healthy life, and I would try to avoid, you know, starting your life insurance too early. Kirkland, I got that Kirkland ibuprofen, but like I got Kleenex, you know that. So like back to Kimberly Clark, I won't buy knockoff tissues. I can't. They don't hit the same, bro. Am I tripping? I feel like Kleenex hits different than like a knockoff paper tissue. Okay, and I appreciate it today with all of this stuffy nose shit. The original prediction market, life insurance. For real though. Yeah, and then TP, bro. Yeah, you can't, like, you gotta get that Charmin, dog. You can't be playing with that. You go Costco TP? Well, they fucking study that shit. I think Costco TP is the only one. Does Kimberly Clark own Cottonelle? I think I got the Cottonelle wipes. All right, please hold.
The earnings reports and the conference calls from the Mag 7 themselves to see what kind of pipeline they're talking about, what kind of demand they're talking about. I mean, this rotation certainly is real, and it's not just this year. It sort of started late last year. You know, that said, there are pockets of the AI trade that are still booming. SanDisk is up, you know, a ton.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so it's not a wholesale rotation out of it, but you know, people are looking for the sort of more valued, undervalued stocks. And there's, you know, the
Am I shadow banned? Dog, I think I'm the most shadow banned stock trading channel in the world. It's kind of, I take pride in it. But then somehow the political people find me. I'm telling you, it was the best one. This guy was like, the stream is delayed. Donald Trump is so boring. And then he hung out with us for like an hour. I was like, why? You could have went to the live stream. You could have went to a real-time one and argued with people who would have agreed with you. I just laughed, though, the last couple days. I told you, I've been too sick to clap some of y'all back. But also, too, I mean, I think some of you get to see it. Unfortunately, during some of the more political environments or political speeches, you're a lot of noise. So I shout out to the Locked In, man. I think y'all have been very good on that too. But too, it's not like anything crazy. I mean, you guys even got the updates, even morning and today, both up and down. You know, the catalyst, the trigger. You all got that in a very timely manner. So, but either way, bro, I think everybody should get a long term. I've been kind of having fun with it though. The political comments. Can I be real with y'all? I laugh at some of y'all. I do. I've just been laughing. And then I troll you too. I don't know if you knew that. Okay? So like the more I saw people, then they were like getting mad about Trump. I told the Locked In, I would mute it and I'd be like, hey, watch this, you guys. And I would tell them, and then I'd be like, wow, this is such a great speech. And then y'all would just lose your shit. It's kind of funny. So I have found a way to enjoy it, but I do feel bad for the people you are getting in their way. Yeah, Pfizer keeps running up too. I've been less mean in 2026. I think I've tried. I mean, I've always been nice, but at the same time, I still believe everything I said last year. Do you understand? I don't regret any action I made. And I think a lot of people are foolish. I think a lot of people like I'm saying, let me add another one. You know what I've seen a lot today? I've seen a lot of dumbass long-term picks. So again, I just don't want people to get hurt. That's what people don't understand. And I think some people do get a little sensitive about it. But, you know, you guys are watching me pick up some solid staples, and I'm seeing people say some of the most dumbest shit I've heard. So, you know, I'm trying to give you guys a shot and opportunity, but I really wouldn't get too caught up in mean versus nice. I want efficacy, and I still firmly believe in that. So just the sad reality, I think some of you respond better to more straightforward, but also too, I think some people don't react good to nice. I think, I think some of you are, and I mean this in love, I hope you've seen it through my behavior, but like straight up, man, don't let nice fucking hurt you. Don't let nice set you back a couple of years because you're too busy dabbling and, oh, it's fun, I like it, oh yeah, and before you know it, you're missing the opportunity to build and build very good. So yeah, that's what I believe, man. But I do like to see, I want the long term, man, especially after how killer last year was. And I think we got a nice opportunity on our way here. Oh shit, when did this guy get here? Oh, I have a puppy in my house. Maybe I should get a shock collar. Huh? Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Let's see. Out of your silver picks? Well, I hope you didn't put them in the long term. As long as it wasn't in the long term, I would take your profit and call it a day. But then again, I mean, silver has just been insane. Added Kimberly to the 1-month-old long term. She uses their products many times a day. Amen. Amen. See, I'm investing for the future. I don't have kids, but I'm sure I'll get them diapers if I do. So, going there. Again, the Kleenex, the Benadryl, the Zyrtec. I fuck with all that. Paper towel. I use the baby wipes. So maybe, what is that? KKR? Oh, that's old by 2 minutes. BlackRock it's not reacting again. If you guys remember that last time, BlackRock reports 5% passive stake. I don't know if that's part of the fund or if it's like an activist thing. Oh man, please hold. Oh, I don't have anything to play, man. Kathy Woods? Holy shit.
Trying to understand the asset class, trying to understand this 4-year cycle, and trying to understand if they're going to be caught in a 75% down round. We don't think they are, but they certainly are doing their homework, which is great. And we think Bitcoin is both a risk-on asset and ultimately a risk-off asset, especially if you're looking for a hedge against inflation. It's mathematically metered to go up now 0.85% per year, and that's a lower growth rate than gold. But it's also a hedge against deflation, because in periods like 08, 09, there's not the counterparty risk in Bitcoin. That transparent network.
I heard about that end of last year.
System back then.
And Pfizer's ripping, and Eli Lilly.
We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you so much.
Kathy Wood.
Kathy Wood, y'all.
ETF Edge. Dom Chu.
All right, thanks, Kathy. I remember Kathy. Holy shit. Yeah, everything chilled out, bro. We're right at open. What a day. It seemed like it was exciting, but I mean, where are we? 20 minutes away till 10 o'clock? Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 habibi. And then ALNY, they didn't have anything. Kathy, will ya? US and China, when will they land? All right, the WEF is kind of winding down. It was yesterday, man. It could have been a big one, bro. It could have been a big one, and then it chilled. Monday, yeah. I think we talked about it last time you brought it up. I just don't use them. Isn't it like cybersecurity or like a scheduling thing? But I don't think I have enough experience with it. And that's what I'm telling you, man. I think I do think that if you focus on stuff you use, that's the best way. Like that's why I like Kimberly Clark, because I think all of you know their products. There's nobody's like, I don't know what toilet paper is, and I know it's not attractive and it's not sexy, but you can make a lot of money off of consistent stuff, and it's an easy investment. I haven't seen ARK in a minute, dude. I mean, again, that's a long duration stock, more or less. And then with everything in the Russell, you know, you've had a lot of dog shit come up. So, I mean, Kathy is the queen of dog shit. But they did chill out, honestly. You would think with how the Russell played out, they got the little long duration pop last year. Oh, is Trump live again? Or is this a recap?
Fink from BlackRock, but it's a who's who of industry. The president's going to be talking to them as a follow-on to his address this morning
But the most enduring
to the larger group
disagreements
that included, of course,
appear
world
unresolvable
leaders and
there's
right
another
up
one.
until the last moment, and they're resolved.
Jeez.
Mr.
Good, I need a
President,
cough. I think we could do a
thank you
philo
for
today.
recognizing that the
probably
World
when this is
Economic
over.
Forum is a place where we get to have hard questions that can be debated, and where difficult problems can at least be confronted together. And we're grateful that you added your voice, and a needed voice, to the conversation today and again this evening. Mr. President, thank you again for being here. I think you can see by the audience they're thrilled, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you very much. And he's a hell of a guy, but we have an audience. I recognize so many. I know so many. We have the king of soccer, the king of sports over here, Johnny. When you have Johnny, and I just got a report on the sales of tickets. There's never been anything like it, so that's good. Going to break every record. So thank you for choosing us. We appreciate that. He's another spectacular person. And so many people in the audience, and I have this beautiful speech, page after page, and I just said I just made a speech, and they were all here. They heard it one way or the other. And I said the last thing we want to do is waste our time and hear it again. But I do want to say the people in this room are amazing. Most of you were in the other room also. And the United States is doing really well, doing like nobody thought was actually possible, certainly not this soon. It's 1 year. It's exactly a year if you think about it. Time flies. It's 25%. That's a long time. But it went very, very fast. We've had tremendous luck. I think it's been reported by even people that aren't lovers of Donald Trump that it's been maybe the best first year for any president. I think in terms of what we've accomplished, it might very well be. But we've accomplished a lot, including ending 8 wars. I have 1 to go. I thought that was going to be one of the easiest ones, and it's turning out to be one of the tougher ones. But you heard me say before, 25,000, 30,000 people are dying a month. It's ridiculous. And I think we're getting close. Jared's here, and Steve Witkoff is here. A lot of people that are working on that are here, and they've done a good job. I think it could have gone into a world where if we weren't here, it was out of control. But I think we're going to get it resolved. And I'm doing it to save 30,000 people a month, if you can imagine. Your kid, take your son leaves home, waves to you, proud of him, you're so beautiful, and then 2 weeks later you hear he had his head blown off fighting Ukraine or fighting Russia. It's both of them. The total are averaging 30,000, actually 30,000 young people, generally soldiers, a little bit in towns, but for the most part it's soldiers. Every single month they're dying. So I think we're going to do well there. But we have Scott Bessent, who everyone knows, and Howard Lutnick, and these guys are doing a fantastic job with what we're doing. They were both recommended by many of the people in this room. I said, "What do you think of Scott? Oh, he's fantastic. What do you think of Howard?" Very different types. I would say these are two exact opposites, and I like that. I like that. They are the exact opposite. You know, I never thought of it that way. I'm just saying that I'm looking at you two. You are in every way, but they're tremendously talented people and very successful people. And I like bringing successful people in because there's a reason for success. It's one of the reasons that we've had such success. You know, we took over a country with a border that was a disaster where millions of people were coming in. Millions of people were coming in every single week. I mean, literally a week would have millions of people, and and they weren't vetted. It was a totally open border. You'd have people come in. You could look at them. I don't want to say why define that, because they always discriminate. So I don't discriminate. But you could look at some people and say they're criminals. And we took in tremendous numbers of murderers, drug dealers, mental institution, insane asylum people that were in insane asylum institutions for the mentally ill and dangerous, very dangerous. They dumped them into our country like we were dirt, and we're doing a great job of getting them out. But it's it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and it's a nasty business too. But if they were bad someplace else, they're going to be bad here. If they killed people in their country, whether it was Venezuela or the Congo or any of the countries where they came. In the Congo, they emptied out their jails into our country. In Venezuela, they did the same thing, and in many other countries, they did the same thing. So when you read all these stories about ICE, you'll understand they're doing a hell of a job, because we can't have those people in our country, and we're getting them out. But we're doing numbers in terms of people investing in the United States like we've never had before. I guess it's because of November 5th, the election, but the election gave us a view, and it's a view on tariffs to protect our country, because our country is being plucked like you pluck a chicken. Our country was being plucked, and it wasn't good. And, you can only take so much of it. And we've changed it around very quickly, and we'll have, Scott, I'd say $600 billion worth of tariff money coming in, and I think we're going to have maybe more than that. By next year it'll be much more than that. That's not including the countries and companies, because we have countries coming over and building, but we have companies, great companies coming in. Apple is spending $650 billion. I mean, it's so many. One just announced $10 billion. Toyota, met Mr. Toyota in Japan. So what's your name? Toyota. I said, oh, do you own the car company? Yes, 92%. I said, you didn't have to be that specific. But I said, you're rich. Yes, I'm rich. But he just announced he's going to do $10 billion worth of plants. I mean, it's amazing what's going on. Look, it's amazing. We've never had anything like it or close. Nobody else has either. So I think in terms of your investments, you're in great shape. I don't even ask anybody how you're doing now. It's like everybody is making so much money. Oh, look who I see, Tim. Hi, Tim Cook. He's been good for 650. Think of it, $650 billion. Okay, can you imagine? That's what he's going to be investing. More than that. I think it's going to end up being more. He's great. He's great. He's done some job. You have done really some job. And we have so many people in this room that have done a job. I don't know how many have done better than Tim, but some are right up there with you. You better get your ass moving, I'll tell you. But fantastic people. But I go around and I say, meet the biggest people, biggest business people. I say, congratulations. They say, on what? I said, you've doubled your net worth since I've been president, right? He said, yeah, even more than that. They would say even more. We're doing even better than that. And, we've given you a platform where you can really put your genius to work. We have a lot of brilliant, genius people in this room, and you can put that genius to work. And it's an honor to do it. In a way, I'm jealous. In a way, I'm upset. A couple of people in the room, I can't stand them, and they've become very rich. There's nothing I can do about it. I would screw them if I could, but I can't do it. Right, Dina? I can't do it. I would if I had a chance, or I could just take them and say, you can't do what Apple's doing. But you're not allowed to do that, Newt Gingrich, right? We can't do it. but I would love to do it, really. You know, it's one of those things. But everybody's making a lot of money, and everybody's investing money in the United States, and our jobs are through the roof. And I made a statement the other day, thank goodness for robots, because we're never going to have enough people to run all these places that are being built. And I think robots are actually going to be a very big business. I think it's going to be surprisingly big, but I think we're going to need it. We're going to need it. So we have a country that's becoming very safe. We had the best crime numbers that we've had ever in recorded history. Perhaps they were better 100 years ago, I'm not sure, but the recorded history is 67 years, and in 67 years had the best numbers, and that's despite having a lot of people in the country that shouldn't be here, that we're getting out. But we've got tough law enforcement, smart law enforcement, and patriotic law enforcement. You know, they've been amazing. One example is Washington, D.C. You couldn't walk down the street in Washington. You get mugged, you get killed. They were losing 100 people. Think of it, 100 people a year, and dead. You call up the parents, they come in from Iowa, they come in from Indiana to see the Washington Monument, and they end up being killed. It's not happening anymore. And I said in the other room, people are going to dinner, they're meeting their wives in the middle of the street, and they're walking across the street to have dinner. New restaurants are being built at records that nobody's ever seen. They were closing. We lost half of the restaurants in the last 4 years during the Biden administration. Now they're all opening again. I even went to have a dinner just to show, I guess, to make a point. I went to a restaurant in Washington. I walked right down the middle of the street. I wouldn't say that Secret Service was thrilled, but if I did it a year before, believe me, it wouldn't work. Here's my other friend, Hussein. How are you? Okay? Are you good? Boy, you got a lot of good people here. This is a very good place. But so it's amazing what's happened there. Memphis is amazing. When you go to Louisiana, what we've done there has been incredible. Always much more helpful if we could have a little participation. In the case of Louisiana, we have Jeff Landry, the governor, Republican governor. We have a couple of Democrat governors. We have a couple of Democrat mayors who very quietly are begging us for help, and we're making them all look very good. But I would do it if I were a Democrat, if I were a mayor or a governor. I'd be saying, Mr. Trump, could you quietly come over here and would you do this, President, for me? Send about 1,000 troops in here, and we do it fast, and we get rid of the criminals, and it's amazing how effective. You know, I didn't campaign on this. I campaigned on law and order, but I didn't know it would be this type of law and order. But the cities, some of these cities, we've lost these cities, and we're bringing it back, and we're bringing it back quickly. Washington took us literally 6 weeks to make it safe, and 8 weeks to make it really safe, and now it's really safe. And I don't know, you know, some people disagree, but I like seeing those big, strong soldiers. You know, we won in the Supreme Court a very important case, merit. Our country was built on merit, and then all of a sudden we got away from that, and people with A averages and high college boards and everything were not able to get into colleges, and people that had C averages and low college boards were getting in. And, you know, it's not fair, but our country is based on merit. The whole concept and the whole system only works on merit. It doesn't work on anything else. And our military works now on merit. And when you see the soldiers in the street in Washington or in Memphis or in New Orleans or in some of these places, including Chicago, you know, we have crime down in Chicago despite the fact that we have an idiot governor and a mayor that, I mean, very low IQ person. He's a low IQ person. And it's amazing. You have these wonderful, beautiful black women with Make America Great Again, MAGA caps on. They're all over Chicago. They want MAGA to come in. And we went in a pretty quiet way as opposed to the way we did it in Minnesota. You know, in Minnesota, we took out over 10,000 hardline criminals, people with big convictions that came in here that shouldn't be here, brought them back to countries. In some cases, we bring them to jails because if you bring them back to the country, they'll find a way, despite the strong borders, they'll find a way in, because a lot of them are really evil, but they're not stupid. So we're doing a real job. The country's the hottest country anywhere in the world, the best place to invest. The great big beautiful bill is incredible. You get that 1 year deduction, you build something and you take the whole thing down. And I always said that's what made my first term so successful, because I mean, people were buying things. I have a friend bought an airplane. He never used it. He just bought it. He said, I deducted it. He's on the plane. I think he's got, Steve, you could buy it. He's got about 4 hours on the plane. It's been 3 years. I think he's got to be a great plane to buy, actually, because he'll never use it. But it really spurred people to do things and do projects that they really would have delayed or held. And the beautiful thing about the great big beautiful bill, the one that we just did, is over there you had a 2-year window to do it. Now we have a 10-year window, which I hate to tell you because people will take their time. So in one way, I didn't want that. I call that not good, but it is good ultimately. Think of it, it gives me a chance to use it if and when I ever get out of this position. There's a big question. It gives me a chance to use it. Otherwise, I'd be precluded. That would be terrible, right? But it's 10 years, but you're able to, you build something, you build a factory, you write the whole thing off 1 year. Nobody's ever thought that was possible. It was always 38, sometimes 40, sometimes 41 years. You get a little here, a little there, nothing. You write it all up. So it's been really amazing. And you are the people that made it happen, really. Largely it's you and a group of others, not a lot more. I mean, the people here, I guess because of Larry, the people that came to this event, it's really incredible. I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out. We had somebody, as you know, that ran it for many, many years, and I'm not sure what happened there, but I figured, well, that's all right. They had a hell of a run in Davos. Then I heard Larry was taking it over, more or less, and he called me. He said, would you do me a favor? Would you be there? And we've had some great business dealings together, and he's great. He's one of you. He's one of the greats, and it was an honor. We had a good speech. We got great reviews. I can't believe it. We got good reviews in that speech. Usually they say he's a horrible dictator type person. I'm a dictator, but sometimes you need a dictator. But they didn't say that in this case. And no, it's common sense. It's all based on common sense. It's not conservative or liberal or anything else. It's mostly, I'd say 95% common sense, and that's what we have. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's such an honor. And if we can ever help, you're going to let me know. And I have a pretty direct line. Marco Rubio's here, too. He's done a fantastic job as Secretary of State. He'll go down as maybe the best Secretary of State if he keeps going like he's going. That's a big question. I don't know that he will, but for the first year, he's right. He's headed to the top. And I just want to thank everybody very much for being here. Thank you very much. Take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Take care of yourself. Sometimes we need a dictator. DJD, that's me. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I told you guys the other day, like, with the way that, like, some people act, like, I don't like giving the government power, but, like, the way people are, like, so dramatic about Trump, I'm like, I kind of wish he was a fascist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it's bad to say out loud, but, like, for real, I'm like, you know what? If they already, you being hella nice, sir. You be hella nice, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, that's why I think he makes those comments. But sometimes it's good to be a dictator. But because I've seen some of the craziest shit, bro. That's why, like, too, I'm fascinated sometimes by the chat. But even beyond the chat, y'all should see Minneapolis. That's real cool. But yeah, he pumped robotics. I don't know if you guys heard that. That was kind of a new one out of all of those. Sometimes you need it. You need a dictator. Who knows? DJD, that's me. 20-year when issued, 4.8. Oh, we got a bond auction. Nice. Well, that caused a little bit. I don't know. I thought he was going to take questions. And there was going to be like a round table, but either way, we're getting through it. Oh, yeah, let me set up the philo. Let me set up the philo. Oh, is there another one? Yeah, this is the outside. All right, let me set up the philo and then we'll move over. Yeah, bonds came in a little lower. So TLT is going off that. SPY's coming down. DJD, that's me. I don't know why it's dropping. The bond auction was good. The bid to cover was a lot higher. You don't think the market liked that comment? I think it's moving more around the bonds, if anything, but it could be. Well, why'd they shut it off right when he comes up here? But yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's why. I think we might just be making a move for no reason. And yeah, Microsoft and some of the bigger tech names, cybersecurity is going down. Amazon, Microsoft, Cyber, Palo Alto, and then the Visa, and then oil's going up. So I know there was a Venezuela comment a little bit ago. So, Chatadonia, I think we'll be able to get one. I'm gonna have a sick philo for you, but well, like me being sick, I think it'll be a good feel. It'll be a quick one. I don't think it'll be too much, but you know, it'll give you something beyond just the dynamic of today. Today was a lot of oh, but yeah, you might enjoy it. Oh, they bring the audio back. So yeah. It should take you there. But if it doesn't, you could click on the link. Let me make sure it takes you there. Can we get much higher? Long time. Yeah, they have a clip of him inside the building, but there's no audio. All right, man. Well, I'll see you guys at Philo if you want to join. If you don't want to join, just call it a day and enjoy your day. So God bless America, baby. God bless America. I will see you there. Goodbye. Goodbye. Here's the link. It's free. It's free to join. Free to join. All right. Peace.